Alrighty, let's get going. It's Monday. Okay. Yeah, it's Monday, everybody. Welcome back. That means we got things to talk about today. All that jazz. Good to see you folks. Welcome in, notification gang. We are talking That's it. We're talking. That's today is what can you do? It's Monday. We're here for the talks. PK! What? What? Starting us out with a Toes Gang entry. PK in here with 10 subs. Thank you, dude. That's a start to the week, not just the day. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. It's been a weekend. It's sunny outside. It rained over the last few days. It's a weird sort of reality we're living in here in California, but I'm happy to see it. Audio is properly synced. Tell me it ain't so. Mrs. Tomato, the audio is synced.
Whoa.
That's crazy. That's honestly, I don't think it could be a better day. I'm gonna count my blessings, and we're not gonna complain about anything. All right. In fact, I'm gonna go one step further, and I'm not even gonna say good things about Star Citizen because you know what it likes to do when we do that. We're gonna just like ride the good vibes for the rest of today. I got you locked in, I hope, for the next couple of... Dude, why does this feel so... Computer feels a little high up. I got you locked in for a couple hours. I don't. You can leave whenever you want. But if you do want some fun information, we're going to be talking about the Vanduul today. There are quite a few things to talk about with the Vanduul. This is not a Vanduul. He's a human. But he tells us more about the Vanduul. And I've got a lot of little bits of information here and there that I thought we could go over because... Fact of the matter is the Vanduul are now the big baddies. We are finally moving on from the days and years and weeks and months of constant gang fighting and killing of cousins. And I'm happy for it. So with the fleet battle thing coming up in May, I thought we could just do like a little what's a good word for that? Introduction? Ménager? Quoi? I don't know, man. I don't know French. A good intro into the Vanduul. The baddies of Squadron 42, soon to be the baddies of Star Citizen. Kind of just like what they're all about. Why are you doing all this, guys? Why do you keep speaking like that? Use your words. I hope you guys had a good weekend, though. Give me some good news. What happened to you over these last lovely couple days? Hey! This is Tomato or the board. Look at how much better it looks. Oh, you can barely... Hold on. Look at this. Still hard to see. Look at how much better this looks when she writes it. Maybe... Dude, what? I can't see... I'm gonna have to, like, just keep the board right here. It's gonna have to be one of those friends that's, like, just sitting right next to you. Like, can you back off, dude? Please stop crowding me. Because you guys can't even read it from over there. What if I turn the lights off? Ah, that works a little bit better. How is this? Stealthy? Thank you, though, PK. Let's take this. Oh, no, I dropped the G. Oop. I'm going to be your G for the day. It's right here. I'm your G. We can barely read it still. We got to get darker markers, dude. You're buying a house, Captain Kaladin? That's pretty sick. Holy crap. Now that's the way of kings. Good for you, dude. Happy for you. I hope it goes well. I hope it's been a relatively smooth process. From what I've heard, buying houses is kind of an ass. Someone please let the bot out of misery doing non-working command spam. We wish. I'm actually going to retire the bot soon. We are, like I've been saying, probably for far too long now. Now that we've got this whole new thing set up, my next plan is to redo the stream, which means absolutely taking that bot off the job because he's not very good at it anymore. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's got like a neurological breakdown. I think Cortana called it rampancy. It's just, he's just not very efficient anymore. Can you move? That got old very quickly, sir. Arrow Drew, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Someone please, oh, I already read that. LTI buybacks are dead. So this is, yeah, this is an interesting story. I'm waiting to see what CIG says about this, which I'm hoping maybe we get something today since it's Monday and they haven't been obviously active. But this is a story that's gaining a little bit of traction, the LTI buyback stuff. So I can just like introduce you guys to what the heck's going on. I'll do something bigger about this a little bit later in the week when we have more information, but just to introduce you to what's happening. I know they did something on it. This is actually something I wanted to go over today too. I'm gonna drag this over here, but I know Insider Gaming, I think, did a story on it. Ooh, did you guys see this? There's a new Metro game coming out, dude. Heck yeah, kids. No, not you. I said kids. Yeah. Metro. I don't know about you guys. I freaking love Metro. I've never played through a whole game, but I love the series because I have played some of each one. And it has like such a nice, I'm really bad at finishing games if you haven't figured from all the times I talk about games. It has such a nice visceral feel to it. Like when I think of what I want from Star Citizen as a shooter, this might terrify some of you who are a little more into the milsim stuff, but I kind of like the aim of Metro. You know, they have just enough of that sort of weapon wear down. You can't keep anything too long. You have to repair things and keep them moving. You got to like physically interact with stuff. All that stuff from Metro. I love it. I can't wait to see what they do with another game in that series. I'm definitely going to play it. All right, but that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about Squadron 42 buybacks. We officially have a G-spot on the string. Oh, yeah, we did, huh? Where'd it go? Ah, Mrs. Tomato took it away. Trying to decide between a burger or pizza for your rare dinner without family. Oh, sir, how are you going to have such a great dinner without them? Right, massively overpowered did a article on it. Massively overpowered also does articles on... Dude, I really don't like being on this side of the screen and looking this way. We're going to have to change the camera over to the other side, I think. I think. Put burger on the pizza? Oh. Make a burger out of pizzas? Huh? Get a pizza slice? Put some bread on top of it? And then another pizza slice? Except both the pizza slices have bread. It's a complicated sandwich. Plot twist, he's going to switch to and play all of Atomic Heart. I actually... Atomic Heart... Not bad. I have played a little bit of it. I didn't get very far in it, I'm not gonna lie. It takes... Time is limited. It really takes a lot to keep me hooked into a game. Mirror the cam. But then you guys are gonna be freaking reading stuff backwards, dude. Toes Gang will never make sense. What are we to do? I actually enjoy that I don't have to mirror my cam for my launch sequence podcast anymore. I don't think I can actually show you guys what that would look like, but you'll notice in the launch sequence now, my name is not backwards in the background, which is nice. Did I get out of the prologue for Atomic Heart? Yeah, I got into the open world up in the... Well, I don't know what the prologue was, actually. Now that you say that, I'm like... Hey, can we get... Dude, this is the chill playlist. This music is not chill. This is a bit much. I'm feeling pressured. What happened to chill in this playlist, man? I am actually wondering if I did get out of the prologue now, because I'm just thinking what I experienced was probably 15 minutes maybe of gameplay, where like I did the whole underground bunker thing and then I got up out of the bunker. I went and talked to some people, I explored some houses, walked around, looked at some grass. Ooh, a duck, you know, all the classic RPG things. But I don't know if I was still in the prologue. I stumbled into a place that felt a little too high level and died. And I was like, hey, remember Star Wars Outlaws? That game has captured me. That game's done a pretty good job. Also, Star Rupture, which we're going to talk about a little bit today, because they've had a new update this last week. And that game's keeping up. It's keeping up and it's looking good. You hated the voice acting in Atomic Heart? Are you British? Why is them taking something out of buyback a big thing? Right. I forgot we were talking about that. So the buyback situation is basically, honestly, the statement I think that is said somewhere. Somebody says it somewhere that like basically you shouldn't be using the buyback program as a bank. And I kind of agree. This all goes back to Star Citizen's funding model, right? You're buying stuff that's not finished. So one of the nice things they do that probably doesn't get enough mention is if you have bought something in 2013 and you sat on it for 10 years, you've played the game for however many hours, all that stuff, you've used it on the website or on the, God dang it, PK. You've used it in the game. You can return what you bought. Not for money. You have to get it for store credit. But you can essentially take a ship that's 10 years old, be like, I don't like this anymore. Give it to them, get the money back, and put it towards a ship that just came out 2 weeks ago. I think it's a nice deal, but it's a deal that has to happen because they're selling things that aren't done. What would you do? No, when I was talking, you said it's on the website, and I read website instead of saying game. So, like, they do these different things that are kind of like, well, we take money for this. We don't necessarily do this just yet, so we'll give you. It's like giving the loaners for ships when they're not out, and that's where you get complications like this, where there is a version of the game that has Star Citizen included. It says here. Back in 2016, CIG announced that pledges for Star Citizen would no longer automatically include a copy of the single-player Squadron 42. It's actually way back then. You got both games for $60. You would buy Star Citizen for $45. You'd get a ship along with it, and you could add on Squadron 42 for $15. Actually, I think that might have been after this. I'm not entirely sure, but case in point, there was a version of the game that included Squadron 42. Obviously, if you melted that to use it for something else and you wanted to get it back so you still had Squadron 42, if it gets removed from buyback, suddenly you don't have it. So it makes people a little bit nervous. At least that's what I'm understanding it happened. I actually haven't looked too deep into this. We got angry threads on the forums. I mean, we're good at angry threads. Gotta have angry threads. And I'm not downplaying it. I'm not trying to make complaints of this seem trivial. Like I said, I'm waiting until we get more information on this particular topic before I start talking a lot about what it actually means and what's going on. But buybacks, Squadron 42 denied is a must. One important wrinkle to this whole thing, the screenshots from the chat. Yeah, so this is the big kind of complication that came out is from Loken's stream a few days ago. Mr. Loken, give him a look if you don't know him. C Daddy from CIG said that he is in charge of these kinds of things, but he wasn't aware of it happening. So it could be a number of things, and I am just gonna wait and see what CIG has to say about it. I would expect today or tomorrow. If we haven't heard about it by Wednesday, then we can get the pitchforks out, you know? We can start getting kids. Yeah, start making a whole bunch of noise and things. PK's got a quote from the website. While in general reclaimed pledges should appear here, circumstances and such can change, and thus players should not use the buyback tool as a sort of storage for old pledges. Yeah, it's just one of those caveats that, like, if you find yourself in the realm of possible outcomes that most people won't because you're doing something that most people don't, it's going to be a lot harder to have a very straightforward idea of what the outcome's going to be. That being said, I think it's pretty straightforward. If it's gone, it's gone. And that's kind of what sucks about this. That's why I tell people, once again, do not put more money into this game than you're ready to lose. Even though this isn't a gamble, it's not an investment, it's not like a typical holding of money that is some level of risk and you're expecting some return from that, it's still technically a gamble. Like, this could all still completely fall apart. Hell, I do this for a living, and I accept that it's totally possible that Star Citizen completely fails. CIG is like, hey, you know, we got to pay out all of our folks, and the game's just going to be too expensive, so we're going to pay them and dip. It would suck. We would need to throw several riots. But that's, you know, be careful with your money. Yes. Yeah. Why? Oh, yeah. It's too big to fail. Elon Musk is a secret backer. I'll tell you this. I've been very surprised by the names of people who I've seen talk about this game or reach out and just like express interest in the game. Star Citizen has not as big a reach, and you can tell by the way people react to it when they start playing it for the first time, but it has a way wider reach than people think. I guess, you know, it's easy to forget that in today's world, something doesn't have to be all that popular to have connections basically around the planet. Big connections too. I mean, if you're a video game, anybody can play you, right? That sounds kind of like an insult. You're like a video game. Everyone plays you. Seems wild to you that this is article worthy since it all happened while devs are off on the weekend. I mean, yeah, I don't think it would be worth making an article about this. The article is less than a page long. It's literally just explaining that people freaked out and this guy made a comment. It's putting more importance on it than it probably deserves, which is why, again, it's going to be best to just wait until we get more information from CIG about what actually happened. You might be on Spectrum, but you never browse Spectrum. You don't know how true it is, but people have been claiming that CIG promised to alert players on buyback removal before actually removing stuff. People have been claiming CIG promised it. That's the key part, man. You got to pull up the promises. Now, I'll be the first to tell you that CIG has things in text that they are no longer doing. But you do kind of have to come with the receipts if you're going to say stuff like that. Another quote from the website says certain pledges cannot be bought back. Be careful when making selections and only reclaim the following items if you do not intend to buy them back. AMD package discounted combo packs, pledges, and packages with physical items attached to them. Yeah. Don't sell any of the AMD or Intel stuff. Squadron 42 add-on and Star Citizen add-on pledges upgrade, where the ship's value have drastically changed to place them above the upgrade values community run giveaway pledges. Dude, community run giveaway pledges. Sure. Ketchup Gamer, good to see you, dude. You know, one person who plays this is Ben Affleck. That's an interesting call out. Michael B. Jordan is in your org. That's pretty sick, man. I ran into Hugh Jackman at Grimhex the other day. You think a lot of people just won't like the game? People have filled in blanks with whatever game they want. I think people put too much emphasis on the exact game they want. Folks will ask me why I've been able to cover this game for so long, or why I've stuck with the game. I haven't stuck with the game as long as a lot of other people out here, especially a lot of people who've been like making videos. Paul, Mike, Board, Morph, and the Info Runners Execute, Algorid, a whole bunch of other people have been covering this longer than I've even been following it, and even more people have been playing it. So like, I don't think I've been doing it that long, but whenever people do ask that, I'm like, because it's not, I don't need it to be an exact game. I'm just looking for a space game to chill in, and I think that's what a lot of other people are signing up for. And that's why every time I ask my poll on the old YouTubes, literally every single time I ask this poll on YouTube about how people are feeling about the game, the biggest group by far is people who are just coasting and following along. Every single time, it's over 50%. And I know that's the easy choice. It's like not having to put your opinion out there, but I just think that's how people feel, man. I think people really just want an interactive space game to go and chill. Oh, I've definitely seen Scott Manley play this game, or at least talk about it. You're returning all your armor packages with the crafting now. You feel that is useless. Yes? Yes? Don't spend money on these things. The same goes for ships, guys. If you are buying spaceships because you want the best spaceship in the game, money's not going to buy it. I would hold off on buying stuff if you're doing it for the power or for the permanence. Actually, no. If you're doing it for the permanence, keep it, because you'll always have your warranty. Can't get rid of pledged items. They say it right here. Pledge items cannot be traded or dismantled. However, you don't receive the blueprint to craft the original item. Oop! That's a big one. Your original reason for getting this game is you want a spaceship and you want to walk around in that spaceship. Yeah, dude. It's just like that. You think some of the loudest voices are toxic PvP players who want a more arcade blam blam game. Well, that's a whole bunch of different folks wrapped into one. Makos, I'm sorry. Thank you for the Prime sub, man. Welcome to 3 months, brother. Appreciate you, 07s. I think there are people who definitely want a lot of PvP, and there are also people who definitely want more arcadey, and there are people who want more combat-y. But they also all kind of, you know, different groups. That being said, the combat is the most... The combat and the safety bit are probably some of the more divisive things in the company, I bet. I'm sure that they're having an internal struggle in, like, around just where the dial lands on how safe this game is. Because they're onto something. It's kind of crazy, dude. It is actually really crazy how often I'm seeing people now come across what makes... hold on. Let me check this one out. So this guy posted over the weekend his first time. And you can literally see... You can see in this man's face. I would give the video a watch. I'll drop it in the chat for you, so you can watch it after the stream. Okay, don't go anywhere. But this is a... You can see the moment that he's just like, oh shit, this is cool. and he says it multiple times throughout the video, but I think Star Citizen, more than any other time over the last few years, 10 years, whatever, I've realized like they are onto something. And I have no doubt in my mind that they have seen this and have scaled back how intensive some of the things in this game are going to be. And I think they still are going to, because this could be more than just the big space sim. This could genuinely be one of the more popular games in the next 10 years if they can do this right. It's a big if, but the fact that it's even a possibility is more than I ever thought we were going to see with this game. I thought this was always going to be a pretty niche game. So let's see. Where is that spot? I think it's like right here. He just gets up above the planet, and you know, you just kind of like, you feel it. What is with all these I finally played Star Citizen videos popping up? Because I think it's a combination of three things. One is people don't actually pay attention to Star Citizen, right? So when you get to see it working, it's like, oh, wait, this is pretty, wow, this is different. It is different. Everybody keeps saying it's the same as No Man's Sky and Starfield. It's not. It is different. Two is, once one comes out and does well, everybody else sees it. And so that's the kind of like, when you're looking to make a video about a new game, a lot of people do that regularly. But if you're looking and you see what kind of videos are popping up, you're like, okay, well, obviously people like that kind of video. Every I played for the first time video is a little different. Some of them are explanations of what the game is. Some of them are stories about their first session. Some of them are stories about their first month. But if you kind of build the narrative of I played for the first time, it brings in a lot more curious people because we love it. It's like crack. It's nice to see your choices validated. That's why we have console wars. That's why we have Android versus Apple wars. That's why we have, unfortunately, real life wars. People like to agree with the decisions that they've made.
Oh. Holy hell. Bro, look at this. This is absolutely awesome.
He's not talking about the ship. He's been looking at the ship for you know, a while. He's acknowledging how crazy it is, and then and then to give you a sense of like how I just don't want to I don't want to take his whole video. You guys should be able to go and watch this yourselves. To acknowledge how novel it is, he goes EVA without thinking you can go EVA. Because it's just what it's
no, we all good?
Surprising.
Oh my God,
Oh, he fell. Wait a second.
What happens when you get out of your seat in Star Citizen? You open the door. Oh my God. I'm floating. Wait, I can fly? What? We can actually spacewalk.
So, I don't know if you've seen it before. It's easy enough to react, you know, to blow up your reaction. But, I mean, it's like people don't, you know, I don't know, it's like buying Death Stranding, not expecting to be able to walk. But I say that because we've been doing this for 10 years. But No Man's Sky just got the ability to EVA. I don't think Starfield even got it yet. And these are like the two games people think of when they think of space games. There are other choices. There's freaking space engineers. There's other things. X4, Empyrean. Like, there are other examples. It's just people do not have the optics to know how normal this is.
Are you joking me? No way. You can just fly back in.
Pokemon battles.
Wait a minute. I can just... Wait, do I only get to do this for a certain amount of time, or...? Look at this.
So yeah, I think there's... You just extract... I mean, this is... We're... Look at the way that somebody trying it for the first time talks about it versus somebody who's played it for years. Super jaded. Very annoyed with the problems. Obviously still dealing with a lot of things that should have been fixed by then. And so it becomes clear that they're onto something. They're definitely building something that is unique and special, and it can take the gaming world by storm. But they're blocked by an incomplete game, by not being able to effectively communicate what the heck they're making. And that second one I don't think is a problem. But the first one, Squadron 42 needs to solve that. They need to release Squadron. Once they release Squadron, dude, and if it's actually good, the rest is history. They don't have to worry about the reputation anymore, I think. But it has to be good. What's up, Lurch? Mr. Lurch Lord. Sir Lord. Starfield got EVA with the latest update? It did! Oh, shoot. Did it really? I should probably consider getting back into that. Starfield free lanes, right? Got an email about doing some like early gameplay for this or something, and just never know if those are real or not. Manage your home in space. I have heard, I haven't gotten to try this yet, but I have heard that this update does a lot more to make the spaceship feel like a spaceship. It's like no longer just a room to sort of use. Does there still a loading screen to get onto your ship, or can you just get on it now? Because that'd be a big change. Lurch, you missed the drama? Dude, we're not even covering the drama really yet. Reason you play less Star Citizen than you would like is the insanely terrible FPS gameplay, desync, and terrible FPS audio and AI. Yeah, the desync is miserable, man. When you went crazy renting everything in the game at the first opportunity after. When you first got in. You played over the weekend. Excuse me. It felt better, but after multiple loading screens, your first mission bugged out after escorting someone across the planet. Dang. Alex said Starfield does not have EVA. Not even in the newest update? I gotta beat this game someday. I need to. That's true for a lot of games, though. Ketchup Gamer, thank you for the sub, bro. 28 months. Cheers to you, man. I appreciate you. You did see on Reddit that the new update messed up a bunch of mods. Yeah, that happens. Players have paid to help Bethesda learn how to make a space game. It in fact does not have EVA. There is zero-G stuff, but not EVA. Okay. Interesting. See, I think you're really missing out. I think if you're going to make a space game, if you're going to jump into this genre and you want to actually make it matter, you need to focus on like at least 3 space unique dangers. Getting left behind in space, right? EVA kind of stuff. And you can include oxygen scarcity with that. The absolute difficulty of finding things to eat and drink, because, you know, stuff don't grow in vacuum, unfortunately. And the distances. that you have to deal with. You don't have to make people travel distances, but it's one of the things that excites me about Exodus was how they're doing the time dilation. I don't know if you guys have been following that game. Exodus is an upcoming space RPG in the same vein as Mass Effect or hell, The Expanse. And one of the big angles that they're going with for this game is time dilation. You fly such massive distances that you're just losing decades in between missions. And the plan is for that to actually be a part of the story. You go back to your home base, things have changed, people have aged, some have died, city's gone, whatever. But they haven't really talked about how far they're going to go with that. But I think that it's one of those things that if you include it in the background of your game, it does a lot better to make it feel like a space game than, I don't know, an EVA section that's on rails. You don't really feel in control. That's one thing that they do really good in The Expanse. Ooh, really well. Sorry. I've been watching through the show again and focusing a lot more on the details, and holy crap, man. The writers did such an amazing job of making it feel like space danger, Spanger, Dace. Last thing I want to talk about before we get to the Star Citizen portion of today. I see you guys are a little bored. Tarkov in Space, something that people like to call Star Citizen at times, is an actual game. And it's called Fragmentary Order. I haven't watched the video for it yet, but it's made by the same company. I believe same guy. And it's being marketed with an ARG. I haven't seen anything about it, but I saw Tarkov in Space, and I was like, wait a second. There's like a huge crossover between Star Citizen and Tarkov. So I thought maybe this would be interesting to look at. Let's see what it is.
This would not have been possible without our vision.
You don't have hope since they can't complete the first game?
Great leaders of the Earth throughout the ages. Now it is our time to lead humanity further on. We are the core of all rationality.
That Codemasters? Do you say the core of rationality?
21 мая 1986 года. Объект заказ 6. Системная проверка оборудования. Запись ведется инженером спецсвязи 4-го кольца Воронцовым Леонидом Григорьевичем. 7-й, да. Передайте начальнику смены данные. Подготовка идет полным ходом уже 2 года. Постоянно наблюдается движение в погрузочном секторе.
You could say it all started with a flash. A moment that changed the course of history, although no one knew about it.
It's a big moon.
During the years of strife, many turned to the most primitive ways of solving problems. Everyone for themselves is what it was. We had to change it. It took many years and a lot of effort to make everyone come to terms, our terms. Not everyone agreed, and they suffered for it, but most took it as a salvation. A new world order was established.
The peace treaty is currently being concluded under the leadership of the Corps.
With the help of Corps reestablishment structure. Although the land was tired to keep life on.
Brother, we're 2 minutes
That's
in.
why
What is the
Corps
game?
created the purification program, and each of us can participate.
And then
I don't think we...
great industrialization began.
Oh, it's a building game.
A relentless process that
Satisfactory.
endures to this day, forging a vast reservoir of innovation that propelled production volumes and quality.
All right. Let's move on. Star Rupture is having an update, and this one I think is going to tell us about the actual gameplay. I'm actually very interested in this. I don't know if Avocado is in the chat, but he's my Star Rupture hookup. and I got to get back in game to see actually how this works, because I've only really gotten the very beginning and then the very end game. I have no idea what's in between.
The core must be in some technical room.
Oh, this is the actual...
Commencing engine activation sequence.
This is inside the big
You
old
can now explore
thing.
new territory.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so they're progressing pretty well. Nice. That's what you want to see, right? This is a pretty fresh looking update with a pretty solid amount of additions coming not long after the game went early access. But I want to see what else they say is included in this update. Update 1. Anybody else been playing this? Yeah, this is Star Rupture. Yeah, Didinsky, there's a new Metro game. All right, progression rollback with update 1. All corporation levels are rolled back to level 1. You can redistribute the received data points in the corporate terminal to quickly unlock corporation levels and new rewards. All previously unlocked and built buildings will remain on the map and will remain operational, but you won't be able to build them again without first unlocking them in corporate. Pistol is no longer available as a corporation reward. All right, so they're redoing the corporate levels and rewards. I believe these are just special things you can build in Star Rupture. Like I said, I haven't gotten to really progress that much, so I don't know entirely how this works, but eventually we'll get into it. Teleporter is now a corporation reward. You can unlock the teleporter by retrieving the corresponding corporate level. The maps are huge, so I like that they have these different ways of traveling around. I always just drove trucks in Satisfactory. I don't know about all of you. In Update 1, all quartz spent on buildings will be returned to their inventory as quartz ores. Any old quartz building materials will still keep in your inventory, or personal storage can no longer be used for building, but you can recycle them into quartz ores without loss in the recycler. Okay, so they're just like, I like the way that they're handling these changes. They're allowing people to keep the stuff, but not necessarily the means to use the stuff. Handling these updates mid-game cycle, I guess. Moisturization, welcome in, dude. Radium, good to see you. Now all of a sudden, Tomato doesn't like world building. I mean, I like world building if it does a little bit more than just... No, you're right. I don't know why I didn't like that world building as much as other stuff, but I wasn't really into that. Hello. Oh. It's also a TV show on the side. I actually never got too into Tarkov. Good afternoon, y'all. Welcome in. With Update 1, the cargo dispatcher and receiver mechanics have been reworked. Now they can only be connected 1-to-1. One cargo dispatcher will work with a single chosen cargo receiver. Blueprint changes. From now on, when you pick up a blueprint that you found previously, you'll receive an item with data points. No more duplicate blueprints. Man, I would love to get duplicate blueprints. I can't even get the blueprints I want in Star Citizen. Actually, no, I don't want duplicate blueprints. They would just give me more of the same armor blueprints. Never mind. Individual recipes have changed. Okay, and we also saw that there was a bigger map and new rails to get around. I'm not seeing that on here. Finishing the Forgotten Engine mission will now remove the radiation border and grant you access to brand new areas. Oh. New resources, new points of interest, more places to build. Okay, cool. They have a spoilers section for their patch notes. That's nice. I think CIG should start considering doing this a little more. Less story and content-based stuff in the patch notes and advertisements. More of just the feature stuff. Since last year was all content, I guess they couldn't really opt to do that. But yeah, it's a quick look at the Star Rupture update. Now we can talk about the Vanduul. If you click on the game trailer, you want to know what the game is like, not its lore. If you're interested in the game, then you'll watch the story trailer. I feel like maybe a teaser. Maybe world building has a better place in some types of games over others. I'm an easy sucker for space. So if you show something spaceshipy, I'll probably stick around a little longer. Cyber Bob, what's up, dude? Toes Gang. Welcome in, bud. What about Pragmata? I think... What's it called again? What is that engine? That's the it's the one Kojima built, right? There's something about that engine. I can't remember what the games that it produces. I'm not super big on the style. And I know that's not a good enough reason to not give a game a chance. So I'm going to give that game a chance. I'll watch it. But I just feel like there's something about those games that it doesn't quite mesh with me. The game looks cool, though. Definitely eye-catching. Decima engine. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. You never bought the first God of War because the trailers didn't show gameplay. Alrighty, shall we talk about the Vanduul? The Vandy boys. Big Vand dog. Van dog. Venn diagram. All right. So, up until now, we've been fighting gangs, mostly in Star Citizen. Ninetales, we're sick of them. Xenothreat, stop being racist. What's the other people who we don't like that supposedly were the bad people and they weren't the bad people, now they're the bad people? I don't know. Humans are boring to fight. They just are. They're just like us, you know? They're just freaking human meatbags. So, CIG is going to start to introduce the Vanduul more. Well, they've already started to introduce the Vanduul more. We've seen them in the first mission in Nyx. This one, where the Vanduul come and attack us.
So the Vanduul are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want.
So they're introducing them as the main baddies for Star Citizen. This is because they are actually the main baddies in Squadron 42. And this is going to be a great connection to Squadron 42 once it starts to flesh out. The next big advancement in their story, though, is coming in May with the next update. Yeah. Unless they're also on RC. What is RC? Oh, Rock Cracker. Yes. They also show up in Rock Cracker. So, there's starting to be more of a focus in Star Citizen I think because they're going to connect us to Squadron. I don't think they wanted to really show the Vanduul too much before they were actually in game. That being said, we did get quite a few explanations. Sorry, I can't talk today. About what they are supposed to represent in the whole game. Where they come from, why they attack us, their ships, the ship sizes, their lore. That's what we're going to go through. So, sit back. We got a little deep dive. I'm going to go ahead and play some of the stuff that CIG has said about the Vanduul, and we're going to walk through what the heck they are doing attacking us humans, because we like to just attack each other. Leave us alone. First, we're looking at ship size. They got some big ships. Check this out.
So the Vanduul fleet has been in existence for quite a while. We actually, if you look online, you'll actually find lots of shots of the initial models available to various people getting into the build. These ships we've kind of taken and we really kind of had to reinvent the wheel on how we would efficiently make these ships. So previously it was kind of thought that we could kind of model all this stuff and theoretically we could, like the render would deal with that okay, but the problem that you get in the engine is that when something drops below a pixel on the screen ratio, you get anti-aliasing. So, and when you're making a ship that's completely based around metal,
oh look, it's the first whole beat.
A high risk of turning into a beetroot at a given distance. So you can kind of log that stuff out as efficiently as you want to, but it just becomes far too labor.
This is the most interesting thing is you're going to notice this style of ships really changed between the original Vanduul that they're talking about here. This video is old. Yeah, this is 20. That's actually not too old. 2016. This is right before they did a kind of a big art redo in Star Citizen, and the Vanduul style got a big change. We'll be going over that in this video.
It's really about kind of going back to the beginning and establishing, you know, a more kind of alien look, should we say?
He's literally talking about it here.
Really kind of making that kind of foundation filter through to the rest of the fleet. So our hero asset, should we say, for the Vanduul stuff is the driller at the moment. Matt and Colin have been working very hard on that and establishing really the pipeline and the work that goes into making that kind of look work. So it's not as black and white as, okay, we've made an Idris and then we go off and make a Vanduul thing. The approaches are completely different. The styles are completely different. So you kind of have to have a different mindset when you're creating this stuff. So Matt and Colin have been kind of working in isolation for a while. We've tried our best to kind of give them the room and space to kind of establish this stuff, which they have done. I think what you see today will kind of nail that for you.
So that was the first look that was the first ship essentially that they were redoing in the new Vanduul style, and we've got that actual trailer right here. This is December 16th, so just, well, literally the same day. I remember when this came out. Ooh, pretty ship. Ooh. Too bad it's nothing against my freaking Idris flying at 1,200 meters per second. Okay, all right. Relax, y'all. Think you're cool. So that was the new Vanduul style, the new old Vanduul. I mean, it was the new Vanduul style a decade ago. We get to see how that aged when the game does come out. But here is some talk. This was a couple years later, and I think it talked a little bit more about less the ship side and more the FPS actual character side.
Focus this month has been on their basic costumes and primary weapons.
We're working on the Vanduul armor. We're tying in their look a lot with the ships, and we're also going to see their culture kind of combined with a couple other cultures, because the Vanduul like to kind of bring in influences from other cultures, but they still have a really unique look. We're also working on the weapons. The Vanduul don't use traditional...
One of the things that they do, he doesn't really talk about here, is the Vanduul don't really invent stuff. They kind of take technology from other species, and they can... Like, they are really smart. It's not that they don't invent stuff because they're not smart. They invent stuff. They don't invent stuff because they're so smart that they can take other things and combine them to make better stuff. They're like almost like an engineering race, but they are nomadic and tribal, so they're always at war with each other. Hard to make good progress when that's happening. That's what he means by taking a lot of the cultures in.
Combined with a couple other cultures, because the Vanduul like to kind of bring in influences from other cultures, but they still have a really unique look. We're also working on the weapons. The Vanduul don't use traditional weapons. They don't use rifles and stuff. The main thing that we're focusing on having them use is a spear. So they have a spear which has multiple different types of states in it, a firing state, a collapse state. They also have a very close quarters knife. The knife actually plays pretty tightly into the lore of the Vanduul because it kind of ties who they are as a species. You know, we're working on different types of things and really just fleshing out the culture of the Vanduul as a whole.
That's all for this month's update.
Very short update, but I do think you get a lot of good information about what the heck the Vanduul are about. You know, they focus on hand-to-hand combat. They're very systemic in their weaponry. They take technology and make it their own. They work with plasma. You know, these aren't primitive weapons, even though they are hand-to-hand combat. And we see them used in the what's it called? What's that dang thing? Gameplay video? Here's another video where they just show the scale of the game. And this gives you another sense of just how big the Vanduul ships are. Again, we have plenty big human ships. You'll see them in here, but we still can't kind of compare all that well. And this is old. Some of these scales are going to be adjusted and increased since then. They're like, oof, bro. Hey, you thought they were gonna do one more, huh? So that's the big freaking ship they see in the Squadron 42 demo. Actually, we'll pull that up. That's That's this one. Oh, wait a second. So this is the ship we were just looking at, the King ship. Really freaking big. Big, powerful, big. Very commanding ship, right? And this is another thing if you didn't know. The Vanduul, they have their own language. And you can learn it if you want. I don't know how useful that's going to be. We basically can't damage it through usual attacks. Like, the Vanduul are clearly more advanced than humanity. We don't like power spikes. That right there, this is the Vanduul face. This one is burned into our culture as humans. We make this face a whole bunch when we run into them. It's a mixture of disgust, regret, a little bit of annoyance, just general annoyance. The worst thing about the Vanduul is because they're tribal and they don't actually operate as one big group. They'll just keep attacking you. One group will attack you. You fight them off. You beat them back. Cool, we're good. 2 years later, another tribe attacks you. Wait, we just beat you. No, you didn't. That was our freaking other people. We hate them. That sucks, dude. It's like fighting multiple enemies. But what they didn't know is that we have Henry Cavill. Where the heck is that part?
Trying to go critical.
I think it's here. Yeah.
Hit him.
It's not always the size that matters, Vanduul. So, even though the Vanduul are super advanced, you know, we're humans. What can you do? But there's some more information to learn about them. During that time period when they were kind of turning... Actually, I'm going to show you a lot of this episode because this episode shows us a lot of what they used to look like, and we just finished watching what they look like now. So you get to see kind of how it's improved over time. But this talks about how they've changed the style in a lot more detail.
Other manufacturers and races, the Vanduul ships are really material driven.
Welcome everybody, thank you for coming in. This is your captain
Over
speaking.
the time
Tomato
we've
will
been
be with
working
you
on
shortly.
this game, the Vanduul race and Vanduul ships art style changed a few times. We believe we found something really good.
Dude, we got an architects in here. What's up, guys? Hey, everybody, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Ya boys, the pirates. Hey, I saw you out here playing, you guys were living on the frontier today, right? How'd that go? Tell me, I'm sorry, we're doing a whole deep dive into the Vanduul and how they're the bad enemies of Squadron and how they're bringing them to Star Citizen and kind of melding the two games. But first, I want to hear how the stream went. Jump scare? What's the jump scare? Is the volume too loud on my sound bites? Because I can turn that down. Just let me know. Maybe the air horn's a bit loud. Let's turn that one down. Maybe that'll be better. Welcome in! You guys were playing on the frontier. You were doing some off-the-grid living. Tell me how it's going. How does that work? Is it any better with crafting in the game? Is there more to do? Better yet, are the missions working in Pyro to the point where you can actually make progress? Are we talking about who is pushing the Vanduul? We'll get there. We'll get to them. The, potentially the Kurthak. I think they could really make a nice story out of that. I'm very hopeful that the Squadron 42 story is not just some straightforward space opera. I know that the story has leaked. I don't know what all the details of it are, but I seriously hope that it's fun. It's odd how polished these teasers looked. It seemed like they were trying to wrap things up. They went through another rework of the visuals. I think that's exactly what happened. I maybe should do a report on that sometime. There was basically a reboot back in 2017-ish, 2018, I believe. So I wouldn't put it past you. Wouldn't put it past them. Anyways, let's get back to it. I hope the off-the-grid living was going well in the stream. Let's talk more about the Vanduul.
Interesting. That really spoke to everyone on the team. Where's the kingship interior?
There it is. There's a perfect comparison shot to what we just watched. Where was that video? Right here. So that's the reveal of the kingship, which is here. Toes. Yeah. These are two different shots. About what, 8 years separated? They went hard on the lighting, man. They just completely occluded the star back there. But it certainly, the vibe is much darker. The ships are more clearly visible. The reds are much redder. We love our reds. They love their blues too, though. Surprised how much less blue there is. There can only be one.
Rework, and we decided last year to apply that style and those visuals to the rest of the Vanduul fleet.
By creating a Vanduul material library, we started looking into types of surface and large-scale panel textures. We often create a test room to bring in the materials and look at them in certain light conditions, and we put it on simple geometry like spheres and cylinders.
Very Geiger.
To have the parallax occlusion mapping visible and see how it deforms on a material. And this is a very helpful way to look at the materials before we apply it on the...
It reminds me of Scorn. You guys ever seen that game? Which I guess is also, I think, rather Geiger inspired. Like these styles of like kind of organic looking shapes and materials and stuff. I don't want it to ever be exactly like Scorn though. This game was kind of gross.
Ships.
So if you think about any creepy crawlies, any deep sea creatures, any kinda slimy horror-esque stuff, that's kinda what we're going for in our references, and that's what kinda all started with, again, Frank's kingship interior. He used that a lot, and it just all started from there. Looking at the Blade is a light fighter of the Vanduul fleet. So obviously making it look sleek and nimble and lightly armored was the big objective on this ship. The main difference really between the Squadron Blade and the Blade you know is the cockpit area. Some of you might know that the Vanduul, the way they sit in a cockpit is sort of like we sit on the bikes.
It's a little exposing.
This is kind of where this bird of prey look of the ship comes into play, which naturally, if you're looking mostly down and forward, the way you want to approach your prey is from above. So that's why the ship has the most armor on the areas where, like on the top of the ship where the pilot doesn't look, and it's slightly armored at the bottom where he's kind of heading and he doesn't have to worry about.
The exposed underbelly.
It's this beetle situation. Nice hard shell at the top.
It's kind of crazy actually. So this is, I'm pretty sure this is like Gen 2. They had an original version of the blade, and then this was the second generation version.
Beetle.
And now he's showing us the
Nice
update
hard
to
shell
this
at the
third
top,
version.
Soft, busy, high
And I'm betting there's a fourth version in what we actually ended up getting, because this is 6 years ago.
frequency areas on the bottom and the cockpit that looks not like a human technology.
And at some point you gotta tell yourself either, okay, this is how game development works, and other game studios probably go through this and iteration after iteration after iteration, and that's crazy. And I would love to see that from every game. Or you could tell yourself, oh, Star Citizen's super incompetent and like no other game studio does this. I imagine it's somewhere in between. I imagine there's some of you who work in game studios who see this kind of stuff on your week to week, month to month, year to year kind of work. But I am forever grateful that we get to go back and watch all of this and get a better understanding of how these things move through the work over time.
At all. So if it comes to Vanduul weapons, the Vanduul create their weapons sort of like the rest of their technology, which is they scavenge what they can from battlefields and from other races, however else they can find the components they need. One of the issues on the old Scythe was that the weapons were part of the ship. This is something we wanted to definitely resolve on the new one. Visual aspects of the ship is we did like asymmetry a lot. That definitely has to stay. It's fairly iconic, but we wanted to make sure the ship looks much more balanced than it was before. And we also wanted to give it those kind of medium fighter characteristics, which is it has armor plating, looks a little bit slower than the faster nimble ships, but it's definitely looks like it can do better maneuvers than a heavier ship for the Vanduul and other races.
They look a lot more visceral than they used to me. What do you guys like, the old or the new style more?
If it comes to Glaive, we wanted to use this opportunity to give it a unique look, so it doesn't look like.
So there's Gen 1, right? This is the old style of Squadron 42 of the Vanduul. This is the original style that they chose for them.
Like a scythe with extra wing.
So this would be Gen 3. What's your choice? You more into
special. So it looks
more into Gen 3 or Gen 2? Or sorry, Gen 1. Gen 1, Gen 3. Gen 1, Gen 3. Gen 1 did have the folding wings. I bet some people are real into that. But this looks so much cleaner. This looks more like an alien ship made out of alien materials. This looks more like an alien ship that was a replica. New style is 100% more alien for you. You guys are calling it new. Gen 3. Toes. I think I'm there with you.
Scythe with extra wing on the other side. Also, we wanted to make it look special, so it looks similar to other ships, but in its own right, fairly unique. We like the bird of kind of prey, aggressive silhouette and look. We kind of wanted to emphasize on that a little bit more, which also suited the art style of Vanduul, especially when looking at the other ships. The smaller Vanduul ships definitely have this bird of prey kind of look to them. This is a bit of a peek into what we've created for Vanduul, for Squadron 42, which was a very exciting task for me, and working with Frank on developing this and with Nate, our art director. That was incredibly rewarding, and I hope you like what we came up with, and see you in the verse.
Dang, dude. Yeah, it looks so much more menacing, the new style. I really like it. Isn't that canonically a replica by Asperia? It might have been, but the Asperia replica, I believe, is still following the new style. I don't think they necessarily had the Asperia replicas look different just to look more human, but they might have. I want to look something up real quick that I just heard him say, and I want to double check something. I want to see when Nate Dearsley joined as the art director. When did he join? was tasked with coming up with the design and concept for the Avenger. Okay, so he must have been in there pretty early. Foundry 42. Okay, so he was with Crytek until December. And then he joined Squadron 42. I do think that Nathan Dearsley might be a big reason for why Squadron 42 is so different. I'm going to do some more looking into that, though. Now, this is a look into the Vanduul on the lore side of things, which should be interesting. This is talking a little bit more about their motivations from like the writer's point of view.
What are your thoughts on Vanduul NPCs in the persistent universe?
Watch out for them, probably.
Yeah.
Do not interact.
Yeah. Run.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of a two-pronged question of like, whether that's NPCs as far as like hostile forces that you could potentially come across, or NPCs as like, hey, there's a Vanduul shopkeeper named Jerry.
I was gonna say, that's exactly where I was going. Is there a Vanduul Jerry? Along with
would love a Vanduul shopkeeper.
I mean, as it stands now, the hope is that as you start kind of getting closer to the systems that are, near the Vanduul border, you're going to have to start dealing with them as a possible raiding force. But
literally Star System 3. We did not get very far.
And we've alluded in the past that there are certain Banu that have managed to establish, trade relations with Vanduul, but and sort of hinted that, there's a possibility that maybe a human could try and pull it off, but as it stands now, like no one's ever done it. So good luck.
We're trading with the Vanduul plenty.
Wear your armor.
Just their bodies.
Yeah, and with the Vanduuls having clans and stuff, when we start getting to those border systems, I think, you'll start seeing kind of the differences start emerging between the different groups of Vanduuls you encounter, and that might take the form of, actually having recognizable. We don't want them to be a unified, just faceless force that attacks you and like all that kind of stuff. So there will be plans to develop it, but as far as like dealing with them while the active war is going on, I think that's going to be a tricky proposition for anyone in the UAE to accomplish.
Well, and also going off what Will was saying earlier, like, there is that thing too of, if, say, for example, like, we publish a thing next week that's like, oh, hey, so-and-so found Jerry the Vanduul and he's super friendly and stuff like that. Like, that's not that satisfying from a player standpoint. Like, wanting to save the development of, where the future goes from here in the universe, like, until players can actually start to theoretically be able to affect that change is much more dynamic and interesting.
It's kind of what you talked about before. There is a not insignificant amount of lore already out there for Star Citizen, and that said, it's still. I understand the desire to still keep things closer to the chest. Discovery is such a key aspect of Star Citizen's intended end game. You don't want to sit there and spoil everything on live streams years earlier. Stop it. All alien races are humanoids.
I'm pretty sure the actual introduction of the Vanduul to the PU as an enemy was spoiled by a live stream. I'm pretty sure it's this live stream that we were watching in here. Where was that? It was the one from last year. They showed us the Vanduul coming to the PU before we got to play it in the PU. It's like right up in here.
As that it's broken.
Yeah, this was it. This was the big reveal that the Vanduul are coming to the PU.
From a surprising but familiar foe.
Not to hold their words against them after 6 years. It's hard to keep everything together that long. But I do think, you know, looking back on it, feels like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity.
How do you make them... All alien races they know about are humanoids. How do you make them different than humans?
I think that's a specious term, first of all. Don't think we should be calling them humanoid.
Yeah, bipedal or die.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Writers.
It's always that thing of I don't know. For me, it's that sort of weird balance of like trying to. I mean, we are making a game, so there's that sort of the humans of Star Citizen, of the UEE and stuff like that. Like, you know, how do the Xi'an react with them and stuff like that. So you want to build those sorts of conflicts, and you know, humans believe this, so the Xi'an might believe that. If we want to make a little bit of kind of headbutting there, yeah, I don't know. For me, you know, there's also that aspect of like trying to come up with like unique ways that they could have developed, like writing out, actually we did a time capsule thing for the Xi'an, so writing out their history, like big events that happened throughout their history, and that actually really helped kind of establish that mindset of how they would approach something as a completely distinct culture.
Well, there's your somebody was asking about that earlier. So just a little bit of extra lore about the Vanduul, and I've got the page up for them here so we can do a little bit more deep diving into that, because I think we've actually painted a pretty clear picture of them. But the thing that is missing for me when it comes to the Vanduul is two things. First of all, I don't hate them. I don't hate them, and I'm not scared of them. And almost everything we've seen of them is bad stuff and scary things. It just hasn't felt all that impactful. I mean, look at their freaking pictures, dude. I don't want to hug this guy. Look at his eyes, bro. That's Florida man right there on some bath salts. I'm not trying to deal with him. So they've kind of got it going for them. I'm not that intimidated by them as their actions in the game go. When we see them fighting in these different gameplay videos, they kind of are just like still the same difficulty as other human pilots. When we see them fighting in oh my god, when we saw them fighting in the gameplay, the Squadron 42 gameplay. Let me go back to that real quick. This is just the worst. This whole segment. Like, they're not scary at all. These guys just stand in front of you. Look at you. What are you even doing? You expect me to believe you got through space unscathed? Or like, there's another section in here where he runs into the... And I understand, like, this is somewhat due to the actual difficulty of the AI and their ability to have AI that comes off as scary and difficult to fight. But I think they need that. This doesn't come off as a great... This right here, what we're about to see, is your first hand-to-hand encounter with the Vanduul. Do you guys remember your first hand-to-hand encounter with a boomer in Gears of War? Oh my bro. That was so scary. That was not... You remember your first encounter with the Flood in Halo? I need a little more than this. Just, you setting these guys up to be real big baddies, real scary boys. Even the freaking speech that the old man gave in anticipation of this was like, okay. We need to fight these dudes.
indicates the entire Vanduul fleet has
But-
just entered the system.
When you actually run into them,
This means a kingship is headed our way.
it's scary. I hear you.
Now, some of you will not survive today,
They didn't.
but there will be no
He's
time
right.
for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later.
So yeah, I won't drag it on. Clearly, they're building up these guys to be pretty bad, pretty hateful, pretty big. Although, as we've talked about, it's not all size. Okay, Vanduul. Stop bagging on us. They've got a lot of lore. They've got a lot of depth. They go to war against each other. They go to war against us. They take other forms of technology. All this stuff. They're the big baddies. They have literally destroyed some of our star systems. The Vanduul haven't contacted humanity and are following a strict suicide doctrine, so very little is known about them as a species. Human off-world settlements in the 25th century started during the Fast Star push, with the result of Vega, Tiber, and Virgil being discovered and colonized, followed by the settlement of Orion, and no Vanduul were spotted during this period, but then they came and they just burned it all. We don't know why, but I do hope that they can do a little bit more than we've seen so far in making them actually scary, in both Squadron and in Star Citizen. I want to hate these guys. Like, have them actually do stuff that feels like a direct attack on my being. Tell them to run around the game calling us all whales and it's a scam or something. I don't know. But make them a little bit more enticing, in my opinion. I mean, it's not really much you can do at this point for Squadron. I'm hopeful that we see a little bit more from them in that regard. Anyways, there's your deep dive into the Vanduul. Hope you enjoyed and got some information. Cheerio. Don't know why I said that. Clip that for me to see if it ages well. Thank you. I appreciate the clips. I can't cut the speech halfway through. It's like a 2-minute speech, man. They're going to start shooting us any second. Somebody was asking who the writers were on the screen there. I know this is this is Nate Haddock, and this is
and go around the group and introduce our panel of guests. We'll just start in the upper left here and just go clockwise. That means Sherry, you're up first. Sherry, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Hi, I'm Sherry. I am the archivist / associate writer at Star Citizen. Sorry, there's some voices in the background.
Yeah, I'll have a YouTube video up about the deep dive for you.
Some people are in meetings at the same time that you're recording a cool video for everybody. But I do the alien language stuff with our very talented, wonderful language contractor, Britton Watkins. Do space science and do the Galactopedia, which you may have heard of once or twice.
Right. And I want to compliment you on your 7 Samurai poster in the back.
Thanks, it's vintage.
All right, moving clockwise over. Dave, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
I am Dave Haddock. I'm the narrative director and do a bit of everything. Probably too much. And also, Jared, just to correct you, I think Saturday would also be another end of the week. It's not just Friday. So
yeah, it's an option. It's an option.
Yeah, just saying. If you want to get technical.
See, I was going to compliment
Also
you on your
Sunday,
7 Samurai poster, but now I'm not going to.
Which I do need to hear this from you guys because this is an important topic. Does the week begin on Sunday or Monday? This actually might be something that's more reasonable for us to have a poll so we can get the official number. You know how people will force a vote in Congress because it needs to be on record which way people go so that we can ridicule them for the rest of their lives? I think we need to get this one on record. See that? Look at that. Already disagreeing in the chat. What are you going to do, huh? Honestly, this could be more divisive than tea versus coffee. I love a good debate, though. The week begins on Sunday. That's pretty sure. Look at all the Sundays in chat. Mrs. Tomato is going to ban you all.
It's not as nice as Sherry's. Moving down clockwise. Will, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Hi, I'm Will. I help
Will
Star
Weisbaum.
Citizen.
That's right.
Sorry, which camera should I look at? This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the lead writer here at Star Citizen. I do all sorts of narrative stuff. That's one of my favorite things about Star Citizen.
All right, we're getting technicalities in chat now. Calendar week starts on Sunday. The work week starts on Monday. So are you talking to a worker or a calendarer?
This narrative is everywhere. So yeah, we help write missions, we come up with world building stuff, we come up with cool aliens that we're going to talk about today. So yeah, it's a really great project to be a part of. Thanks.
I love Psychosis's answer. He's like, it doesn't matter what day of the week. It doesn't matter what day of the week starts on. Squadron's still going to be delayed.
Everyone.
And excellent work on your 7 Samurai poster.
Thanks. I'm thinking about upgrading to an 8 Samurai, but I'm waiting for it to come out.
And last, there's Adam.
Oh, God.
All right, so on the show this week...
I just realized they all have the same background.
Who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
I don't know why I didn't notice that ever before.
Right on the head. I'm Adam, and I'm a writer. So I work with Dave and Will and Sherry on everything they just described. I support them and helping develop everything we're doing, the cultures and stuff like that. So yeah, that's about it.
Okay, so Sherry, Nathan, Will, Dave, all are writers involved in the project. I'm hoping we get another one of these this year. This is the Alien Week Star Citizen Live special that they used to do. I don't know if they've done one the last couple of years, but I think it's a good chance for us to get caught up on the information and what they're doing when it comes to fauna specifically, because back then fauna wasn't even a topic. So I am very hopeful that we get one of these this year, since they're being a little bit more open with sharing the informations. So what did we decide in chat? We starting the week on Sunday or Monday? Whatever you guys answer with this, I might not stream on Mondays anymore. If it's the beginning of the week. That's my car wash day. Okay, I gotta spend the whole day washing my dang car. Mentally easier to consider the first day off. You're like, yeah, I start this week not working, baby. Killing it. But then you also end the week not working. That's pretty nice. Do you guys think we're going to switch to a 3-day weekend ever? At any point? Feels like every couple of years I see conversations about it popping up. And I know some countries are doing it officially. But will we out here in the ever so advanced, futuristic, developed world be able to pull something like that off? The British get no say in a lot of things, and they know bloody damn well why. Yeah, for the same reason Americans won't soon. It be how it be. I love this freaking mic arm. You know what I love about a good computer component is when it has pieces you can take off and fiddle with. That's a success in my book. I think this one. Oh, I see. They put their logo caps on this one so that it shows up on the camera more. That's sneaky. There's no logo on the ones that are lower down on the mic arm. They know what they're doing. All right, what were we even doing? Oh, I was looking at the crafting gameplay guide earlier because I was curious about the questions to ask for Star Citizen Live this week. If this week in Star Citizen isn't up yet, I'm going to wait on that to go over the Star Citizen Live plans, but yeah, it's not up. So we're going to hop in game then and go ahead and do some mining. I need to find some more stuff for crafting, and I have not found any Janolite. Do you guys want to make a bet? I'm putting 150,000 credits on the line that I will find Janolite today. That's so stupid. I'm going to lose 150,000 credits. That's like a guarantee. I'm not going to find Janolite. I don't know why I would make that call. Only stupid people are that stupid. What do I think the new Origin ship is? Oh, you got some 987 Janelite if I'm interested? Please put it for sale up on the app. In fact, you guys just gave me a couple new topics to talk about. You know how easy it is to distract me. Let's talk about that new Origin ship. So, Robot Space Industries. I believe. Man, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to find the video. Go to Calliope. Calliope? Oh, it doesn't matter where I'm going to find him. I'm just going to find him. One credit, I will die 30 minutes into the game. You're on. Go to Walla and Arcorp. You found 4 patches of surface Janelite in 2 hours and made like 4 million. Excuse the f me? Man, all right. I'll put it to the test. If that's true, that's huge. We'll try some Stanton Janelite mining, I guess. That means we're gonna have to fly very far, unfortunately. Now, I do believe if we go back to 2021, we can go and look at some of these. I've been putting these pictures here now. These are not new pictures. These are Origin Concepts images that were created for the 400i. Some pretty interesting concepts. I'm not going to lie. I think these are some very, I want to say they look a little Turian. Not as angular as a Turian ship, but I get the vibes. And if you haven't noticed, they'll pull ship designs from concepts of other ships they've made for that same manufacturer, much like the Raylan or the Sulin looks like a concept of the Raylan. But there's an episode where they talk about this, so that's what I'm trying to find for you. You give me a cool minute. We got a poll going up in the chat. Are we putting it to the test? Monday or Sunday is the beginning of the week, folks. If you're on Twitch, put in a vote. It is up. And if you're wrong, I will destroy your spaceships. So don't be wrong. The little circle your camera is in was on the left side of the screen. It would look like you're looking at the same screen we are. Yeah, I'm going to be changing that up. I have a whole update that I need to do for the stream now that we've finally updated this setup. Ollie has a cool guide for finding Janelite. Oh, nice. Microtech is also good. Right, yeah, Mihai has made that one clear. Mrs. Tomato is using her mod power for neutral evil. Vargonio, hey, thank you for the sub, my dude. I'm so sorry. I saw that earlier. I appreciate you with the Prime sub. Thank you for supporting us on Twitch. It means a lot. Look at how the people saying Monday. You're gross. You're sick. You know what the kids say to people like you? Ew! Monday. Say it again, kids. They didn't hear it. Ew! They don't feel bad enough. Shame them. Ew! Shame them again. Sunday is part of the weekend, which is the end of the week. I don't call it weekend, okay? I call it week start. Saturday and Sunday are the week start. Joke's on you. The week starts on Saturday. Colt, I saw your Prime sub. I said thank you. I appreciate. Well, I mean, I thought I did. Maybe I did not. But thank you, dude. The Colt. The original Colt. I may have just said it in my head to myself. You were really expecting people to go for Sunday just to troll? You mean just because they're smart? If Sundays are the beginning of the week, why don't salaried employees have to work on Sunday? Listen, everybody in chat, I'm not making that argument. You can't. You can't even sneak in on me anymore. You got to get the gun to like point through the wall. See, don't have to. Oh my gosh. You guys can probably see that. Yeah, you can literally look at where she has the gun. It's on screen pointing at me. Abuse. Alrighty. Who did that anyways? Lurch. Rude. You love Frat Citizen? Dang, this is taking a while. You know what? I'm gonna shorten this search down to concept images. Ah, come on, come on. According to the Bible, God rested on the seventh day of creation, which is Saturday. You know, Christian, but most your day to day comes from them. Yeah, maybe that's The reason we get Saturday and Sunday off is due to Judeo-Christian tradition. Saturday was the Sabbath and Sunday was the Lord's Day or Resurrection Day. See now, I'm starting to think maybe we should schedule our days based on like humans. All right, this isn't working. So what we're going to do is search for the 400i and look for any Star Citizen Live that discusses it. Oh, which looks like this is also not going to happen. Where the heck did I get that? Ow! Ah. Blocked like 6 of those with my hand. Dude, I don't know how I found these pictures. Let me think. I must have. It's probably in my history. We already do tomato. That's what business days and weeks are. Yeah, I do not know where I got these pictures. Toes! Ship shape, Aegis Hammerhead, ship audio team, video about Leonardo DiCaprio. Maybe it was on my other account. Hold on. Everyone's taking this personally. Bro, this is like one of the more important questions you could answer. Let's see if I looked it up on here. I recently watched the Backrooms videos, so there's just a whole bunch of them on here. It's not on here either. Where did I get this video? You said that's what pops up when you search for Origin 404? This is what I get. Ship not found. No, I am not finding it. I don't know where the heck I got this. Where I got these pictures from. Oh, is it here? No, they wouldn't have shown it here. But maybe they would have shown it around here. Let me just scroll back and see what kind of videos I can find, because I am really interested now. I have clickbaited myself. You bought the game a year ago and you've been ninja watching this content. Love it. Anyone got any recs for good FPS rifles? Welcome in, Frozen Blood. It's a good time, honestly, to be trying out the game. I would shoot for potentially, like, I really enjoy, what kind of rifle you like? You like single shot, burst fire, full automatic? I love the S71 as a rifle. I think it's fantastic and it works really well. It's my favorite single shot rifle. But also the Parallax is a really fun full automatic. Okay, so it would have been probably... Dude, what is this from? Oh, this is from the subscribers vault. How did I find this? Space Loop has them. Yeah, it's just in the vault gallery. Man, I thought they talked about this a little bit. But these are... Okay, go away. I don't know. Go away. Stop. Let me see if I can find it better. Doom 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 doom. Okay. The first reason that I have a theory that this might be what one of the origin ships or what the origin ship could look like, it's not a guarantee at all, but it's a possibility. And this is based around how they treat their concepts and their ships otherwise. If we go back to the release of the Gattac Raylan concept, and you look at their concept images, which some of them are really freaking cool, like straight Gundam looking. It was almost. I think this should just be a battle drone that we have to fight somewhere. This looks like a sick boss.
Almost locked in things now.
The possibilities of what it and what it ended up looking like. It's not that different from the Sealand, especially if you look at the way that it flies in space.
Is
not quite a death volcano, but it is still that sort of star-shaped kind of thing. But if you look back in the concepts, this is well before the Sealand was made.
Craft for the entire Saoxian. In the Saoxian, the Xi'an Empire, they are known for being like really innovative and interested.
There's the Sealand. These are not. This isn't the first time they've done this either. I've seen them definitely have other ships that came from ships. I think it was the Dragonfly concept. If you go back and you look at when they were making the Dragonfly, you'll see the Vulture. Obviously, it was a lot smaller. But if you look at the Vulture, it's really just a small Dragonfly or a big Dragonfly without the back thrusters shooting off very far. And you'll find that in some of the other ships they make. So when I know that they're putting together an origin ship, as we saw from their Star Citizen Live recently, I'll pull that up just so that we have that on record.
A little fun before we get going. What was there was a fun one in here. They're
all fun.
God, you know this is gonna come.
This was in
Hey, I'm sorry,
February.
So you guys have never worked on an origin ship. We haven't had an origin ship since what, 2021?
Long time.
What not? That was that the 400 or the 400i? Was 2021. We do have a new origin ship this year though. So you guys will get to you have a new origin ship in the next 3 months. So I'll just say some stuff.
So in the next 3 months from February would be by late May, right? So that's by Invictus. I guess it could be a combat-oriented origin ship. Maybe they're releasing a fighter, but who knows? Could be generalists, could be combat. Point being, just like with the old Raylan having the Seulin in its concept art, back when we got the Origin 404, the Origin 400i, which was in the kind of ending, a little later in 2021, we also were getting other concept images given to subscribers. This one obviously looks a lot like the 400i. This is kind of the concept they moved forward with to an extent, but there are a lot of other ones here. And they all look pretty interesting to me. Now, you can tell that these are ships that are meant to be more, I think, 500i sized. If anything, they could probably blow these up a little bit and give us like a 3 to 4 person generalist, or maybe a large, like a medium to large combat ship from Origin, but I think that'd be kind of weird. I don't know, man. We do have some combat-oriented ships, like the 325A, but a larger combat ship from Origin would be strange. Either way, I think there's a decent chance that we see one of these concepts end up turning in. This is like an Origin Cutlass, turning into whatever they do make for Origin in the next couple of months here. But it's mid-April, so we're about 2 months away from that statement. Things could be delayed, but the ship team is pretty much solid when it comes to getting their ships out on time. They know their sales, they know they got to hit them, and they know they got money to make. May is looking like probably the best May they'll ever have. If they're releasing a new Origin ship, plus the Ironclad, plus the Raylan in June, I think it will be, but I'm wondering what direction they're going to go in. All of these concepts are quite different from each other, but they do all say Origin to some extent. So we'll see. But yeah, that's just a little bit of that's my theory of what we might see from an Origin ship. There's been no confirmation. There's been no news. They haven't said anything themselves about it, except for what Jared said here. And that's really all the info we have on the ship itself.
So you guys will get your first crack at Origin, and getting to revitalize that. I'm excited.
Yeah, so. I think you guys agree though, right? I mean, I know Josh does. Like, he likes Drake. Speaking the crappy.
I do like, Drake, and then also the Drake plus Shiv.
Oh, the
which is
Shiv,
even
the Gulls.
crappier.
No, Grays.
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 That one's a fun one.
I usually tell people, if you're a sci-fi fan, you usually fall into one or two categories. Pick your Philip K. Dick. You're either a Minority Report or you're a Blade Runner, kind of thing. Do you like the pristine, gorgeous, perfect future? Do you like the used? And I'm a Blade Runner guy. I like Drake a lot.
Yeah. Same.
But I mean, a really nice Origin ship would be appreciated. And we're gonna get one in a couple months.
So
How do you know?
That's what we know, and we'll see what it is. But I'm guessing it won't be long before we start to hear a little bit more about it, either through some teaser images or somebody saying something else in a Star Citizen Live. Either way, that's what I've got. Now, I think we can hop into the game, right? What was it that somebody else asked me about? Oh, that's right. Somebody had a deal for me. I just wanted to remind you guys, if you are a part of the org and you want to get involved more, you want to start doing more, getting into the org stuff, we do have our app and you can join it. And we got the farmers market. So if you've got some good materials on here, I've got some buy orders already out. I've got one here for gold. And I believe I've got one. I did have one for tungsten. I've got one for Yormandi as well. Ooh, Oh, you did put your order up. I will take you up on that. We can pick that up on stream on Wednesday. I think I'll have time for it. Sweet. This is not just about materials. You can also put in services. So if you need some help doing something in specific, you can actually literally put in a request for somebody to help you. And there's plenty of other things you can do with this app. Check it out. If you want, you can pick it up right now. I guess I am headed to R-Corp. If you're around those parts, could potentially make that work. You're at Mike L1. Okay, that works. I'll head over there. We'll make a little pit stop there. This weekend Star Citizen is up. Ah! We're never going to get in game. Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Just a little bit longer. you gotta get to the game. It's about the news, buddy. We don't play games around these parts. Space Nerds, this week in Star Citizen is up. Let's talk about what's coming up this week, because I know it's a little bit of good stuff. In fact, I'm going to preempt it by opening up the dev tracker, because I already know we're going to have to head over there to the forums. Now, last week, the spotlight was firmly on the backbone of the verse as Captains of Industry kicked off. Thank you for putting that respect in the proper place, CIG. They were inviting everyone to step into the boots of haulers, miners, and salvagers who keep everything moving. With the event running through April 27th, new pilots can fly for free through April 20th and explore a range of careers using a curated lineup of ships. Kind of funny though, because this did not come in with the new hauling missions and delivery stuff that was supposed to come in. But they got their free fly done. They're getting the promotional period in. We can see real quick how it's doing for them. I think they're actually behind for the year over year. Yes, so they are 78% down month to month compared to last April, but they are 15% up for the year. So like they're doing their promotions. That's always going to be happening on the same time, but I do think this would have landed better if they had at least some industrial missions to introduce to them. They did have some ships though. The Mist Hull B, the Grey Cat UTV have shown up, and the latest roadmap roundup gave us some more insight into 4.8. They also kicked off a special CLX gaming PC giveaway ahead of the Level Up Expo that's coming up in April. I won't be out there, but there will be some devs. I know. We all just want to meet a tomato at these places. Just go to your local grocery store. Okay, what's coming up this week on Tuesday? Things are kicking off with the April monthly bundle. Let's hear it, kids. Yay! Be ready to stand strong against the worst of the verse with our armor, weapon, and ship paint bundle. I don't really have much to say about the bundles. If you got some extra pay and you want to get something for yourself that's pretty and nice, I view this the same way as like just going out and getting a hat or something. It's like, it's not super functional. It's gonna wear off over time, but it can be fun to do. Some kids are asking for straight up like in-game currencies in Christmas, so I get it. At the same time though, you're gonna be able to get this stuff in game at some point. Following that up on Thursday, Star Citizen Live returns with a deep dive into inventory crafting. And that's it. Just inventory and crafting following the 4.7 update. Rick Porter, Torsten Lehman, and Declan Holmes will join us to discuss the design and systems behind these features. These are big names to have on camera together. Also a really interesting combination of names because Torsten is probably pretty heavily involved in how things like power systems and mining and refining and all of that stuff are going to work in base building. And Declan is super, super, super important when it comes to the formation of the crafting and base building systems. So these two probably could answer a lot of really cool questions about base building, but I kind of doubt they're going to get too deep into that since they're talking about inventory and crafting. Rick Porter, on the other hand, is one of the main guys up top. I mean, he's a director, and he makes some of the big decisions. If you don't know who he is the one who gave the answer about bed logging a few years ago in Star Citizen Live. It was it's an answer I go back to often. Back into the history books we go. Into one of the questions that hurt me most.
Your place in the universe to be persistent no matter where you log out.
This is Rick.
So that's where we're going.
So it'll be an option, but not a requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
At least I believe it's Rick. Hold on, now I need to double check and make sure this is Rick, because that would suck if I was wrong.
It's 42. And all the design department.
Repeating that vision.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Rick?
Yes, that is Rick. Okay.
I'm the design director for CIG.
So let me go back to the
place in the universe.
He talked about the bed logging.
Limit the player to that. It's like having a bed shouldn't be a requirement to log out of the game. In fact, in the future, we want, no matter where you log out, that's where you log back in. You have all the same missions, you know, like we want your place in the universe to be persistent no matter where.
I'm not bringing this up as he's the one who's changing bed logging or anything like that. I'm pointing this out because this shows, in my opinion, how important his position is. Obviously, he is a director, but he's able to sit next to people like Rich Tyrer and make calls on important game systems like how we log in and out. And then you've got Torsten here in the back as well. So to give you a caliber of the people who are coming on the show, generally they're sitting alongside the game director. I think this is going to be a good opportunity for people to ask good questions. I'll drop the links in the chat for you here, because if you've got questions and complaints and stuff about the recent inventory system, this is the place to leave them. Here's the place to hear about it. And you can already see in the chat itself, people are asking the questions that people care about. Is a mechanism planned to turn lower quality material into higher quality? The new inventory feels like the older one. Any plans to actually revamp it into something that feels more snappy and pleasant to interact with? Player-to-player trading is a much-needed feature. Now we have crafting. Any news about that? Is the quality range from 0 to 1,000 expected to be simplified into smaller ranges like A, B, C, D, and E? They're getting... Oh, that wasn't... Yeah, I'm sorry. That was John DeCivius. You're right. My bad. Torsten is... Yeah, Torsten's got the... Torsten does engineering and stuff. Johnny does... I don't know what John does. Oops. So they've definitely got good questions coming in here, and I think we'll get some good answers out of it. And they're probably hosting this because they realize they need to get a lot of more information explaining these things out in front of the people. Even though they did that future of crafting thing last week, that I think people just need to hear it from devs. So that'll be coming up on April 16th at 3 p.m. UTC. And then following that up on Friday, the latest RSI newsletter is coming in with some more information. So, not a super loud week, but I do think that this Star Citizen Live is going to be interesting. We'll be covering that probably on Friday. Depending on how the week goes, I might actually go live on Thursday, and we'll cover this so that we can do some more gameplay on Friday. So keep an eye out. Not confirming it right now, but just a heads up, I might go live on Thursday this week. All right. Now we can finally get to the game. Maybe. I'm going to open it, and then somebody's going to post something else in chat. They're going to be like, there's a tech preview coming out. They just announced it. Which I would not complain. Won't find me complaining about tech previews. Tech previews are kind of like... It's like when you wake up in the morning and there's like a really cool bank of fog that you could just kind of watch progress. Eventually it goes away. It was temporary, but it was really, really nice that it showed up at that time. So it's just cool. It's pleasant. I don't always expect it. When it happens, it's a nice surprise. When it doesn't, I just kind of go about my day. Love a tech preview. Let's join in on Grim. Hopefully we get Evo this week. It's feeling stale right now. My brother under the sun. I totally understand what you're saying. But let's all have a moment of reflection here when Crafting came out last month and we can say that the game's getting a little stale. If anything else, I think that means that they're actually moving, finally. I am face blind today. Which is funny because I'm usually better with faces than I am with names. There's a tech preview coming out. You know what would get me? If you're like, oh, they just dropped the tech preview for control surfaces. I would flip. I got the space for it now too. Oh man. There we go. Okay. We're alive. We're awake. Anybody else had a bad dream where they wake up in one of these rooms? I have. You'll get out of bed in super speed and buy a 1-month sub just to get that tech preview. Control surfaces won't be until a later iteration of new flight model stuff. Not expecting anything there for a while as Yogi's team's getting pulled back into Squadron. Yeah, I don't necessarily expect it. That's why I would do a flip if I heard about it. That would actually blow my mind if they were doing something like that. All right, we got a long way to fly, unfortunately, here. So, actually, I think... Oof. Oh, God, I don't even know what... Graham, it might actually be better for me to pick this up at another time. I'm not in a great place to head over to Microtech right now. At least if I want to end up at R-Corp. Then again, you guys said that I could find some Genelite on the Microtech moons. I could transition into Nyx, fly across Nyx, and then fly from Nyx over to Microtech. I think that's actually going to be shorter than flying across Pyro to here. It's basically flying across Nyx and then Stanton versus flying across Pyro and then Stanton. Okay, Calliope does say it has Genelite. So does Cleo and Euterpe. All right, we'll give it a try. We'll make the long trip to Mike L1. Might as well just stick around Microtech anyways, right? That's the name of the plan. Name of the game now. Do I think we'll get some new fauna dropping with Nyx 1? Absolutely, yes. I'm thinking we might actually see some new fauna before Nyx makes it into the game. Maybe. Okay, we got nothing here. But definitely by Nyx 1, yeah. Wait a second, I don't have to fly back. Yeah. Y'all in chat. You're geniuses. I almost played realistically. And I get a new body. Bye-bye. Next one dropping next patch. You crazy. Don't say things like that. You're going to give somebody a heart attack. Whoops. Can't wait for the next version of item recovery. You get why people do the backspace express, but man, it does annoy you. It does annoy me too. I'm not gonna lie, man. As somebody who is literally doing it right now, I'm a human. If it's easier for me to get back here and cut out some of the distance of travel so that you guys can enjoy a little bit more gameplay, I'm gonna do it. But if I get to show off how the game actually works by doing what we're all forced into, I'll also do that. Like, I'm not going to be jumping and running around like this if we have actual stamina, right? That's why I don't mind consequences and, like, difficulties being brought into the game. I'm blown away when people are like... When people say things like, who finds fixing your ship fun? Who thinks engineering is fun? And I'm like, dude, nobody ever said, hey, can you put a health bar in this game so I can have more fun? I mean, people definitely say that, but you only say it after you realize how not fun it is to not have consequences. People act like everything in a game's got to be fun. No, Backspace Express has got to go someday, and I'm not going to like it, but that's the kind of the point. When's the latest that they've announced CitizenCon? Think they usually announce in April or May. But folks, I don't think there's going to be a physical CitizenCon this year. You rock. You know that? Or maybe there will be a physical CitizenCon. I'm thinking it's going to more likely just be an event that takes place at the same time as CitizenCon, but is a lot more focused on Squadron. SquadCon, as some people are calling it. Alan, dude. Hey, good to see you in chat. Thank you for the super chat, brother. He said, give me Planet Tech, dog. The no stash is working. My younger looking self. You think they're going to push for Sherman and Castro for December this year? So that Chris can now say we're delivering 1-star system every year? Yeah, I don't. That wouldn't surprise me. How is my gameplay so smooth? You're always stuttering. Usually the biggest things to getting smooth gameplay in this game are a SSD and a X3D CPU, in my experience. Cargo's not supposed to be fun, but players act like there's a possibility. Even then, man, some people do find cargo stacking a ton of fun. It'd just be fun if we had NPC crew to repair and maintain regular instead. Yeah, that would be fun. Let it be a real sitcon where GII can meet up again. The next time we do have a CitizenCon meetup as GII is gonna be so big, man. We mobbed on that bar in 2023, and you guys were dominating those rows in 2024. Got games like American Truck Simulator, so people will find that kind of loop in space. Yeah, space truckers. You got games for space truckers. I quite like the cargo stuff. I like the interaction. I think they found a really good balance between everything needing to be Well, not everything. Most things need to be physically interacted with. But you can use a tractor beam to do it. Be nice to have a couple other ways to interact, but seems to be working. How much Janolite do I need? I'm just buying up as much as I can find.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
If you can hit more than 900 in quality, I'll give you $1 million a gem if that's reasonable.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again.
Need to see what kind of ground vehicles we have here. Space trucking and mining is 90% of what you do. You have a blast.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
What do you like to do when you're mining?
Your insurance. Thank you.
Just in case, I'm going to grab a Geo. 32 gigs of RAM, CPU are for sure the best upgrades. SSD is mandatory. SSD is definitely mandatory. Yeah. They'd be asking 10 billion a gem in this economy. Sheesh. Not seen anything higher than 8.
And welcome to New Babbage.
Honestly, that's not bad. I'll pay you for that.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your visit.
You're at your hangar in New Babbage. You got some? All right, I'll come grab some for you. How much do you want for it? You name your price. Cutter Lad, you're an actual trucker. No way you'd play space trucking after driving 10 hours. Yo, I feel you there. So let somebody else take over that for you. You've done enough trucking for the day. Mostly selling everything above 900 quality. I've crafted everything I'm ready to lose on the next patch. Yeah, you guys can name your prices, honestly. I think clearly inflation is kind of crazy. But I only have so much. I can't keep pulling money from the org. I actually haven't pulled any money from the org.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Wait, I don't need to do that. I can get it from the bay.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Man, I'm stupid.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Your insurance. Thank you. Please visit us again.
Hello, Lost Mike.
Hello. Welcome to New Babbage.
What am I offering? I was offering 1 million credits per gem, but there was a guy who had a PC set up in the passenger seat of his truck. He had Truck Sim playing. Was that guy's name Exhibit? Yo, dog. We heard you liked cargo hauling, so we put a truck in your truck so you can truck while you truck. Good morning, Crown. How are you doing this Monday?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Let's see. I wonder if we're in the same server. Oh, of course, I can't even see the server list. Fantastic. If you could throw or if you can like confirm from the global chat if we're in the same server, I can just stay right here. You clocking to do some mining after driving hours? I cannot wait until this game has stats. I hope they get that done soon. Better yet, I hope they've been tracking it this whole time and we just haven't been visible, or it hasn't been visible to us. I'd love to know how many miles I've flown or ran, or how many metric meters I've jumped in height. I love reading that kind of stuff in a game. Do I have a mining attachment? I'll get it from the other spot. How can you see the goals for the week? The goals? What do you mean? Mr. Poe? Mr. Boy, I mean. Mr. Boy! Yeah, I want to know how many hours I've played too. I used to have a third-party software I used to track my game time, but with all the different motherboards and CPUs we've had to go through. Oh! That reminds me, I don't think I told all you guys. Remember how I was having the crazy problems with my streaming PC? It was so loud, the CPU cooler was crazy, the USB stuff was all happening, everything was acting weird. Well, I rebuilt this whole setup, right? And in doing so, I did not touch my computers, but I set them up regardless, turned them both on, and lo and behold, the streaming PC would not turn on. I did almost everything, all of the things. Switching the RAM sticks, checking all the plugs, regurgitating its Miranda rights. I did everything I could to try and get it to turn on. It did not. So I flipped the CPU with Mrs. Tomatoes. Sorry, Mrs. Tomato, thank you for your sacrifice. And now my computer runs not just as it did before, but it's quieter, it's having no problems, and it's not generating a ton of heat. Now, I don't know if my CPU was dying or if something was going on during that time, but I'm guessing it was on its last legs, and it just now does not work. So unfortunately, we had to lose that CPU. It was a 5950X, and I quite liked it, but it just gave out. I'm going to try doing a BIOS update on her PC to see if maybe I can get that to make it work. But as of right now, she has no Civ machine and she's distraught. But I was able to get a 5600X out of her PC, and we'll probably just replace that, get like another $100 CPU or something so that hers can actually boot up. But it was crazy to after all that time, all that effort and work to try and not replace the CPU, and it ended up being the CPU that was the problem. Love you, computers. Love you. I am looking forward to... We're looking to talk to more companies about actual sponsorships and stuff, so I am looking forward to getting a proper full computer build instead of doing one part and then another part and then another part and then another part. I'm hoping to someday soon just get like a pre-built PC. Always been my dream, which is funny because I feel like it's supposed to go the other way around. Yeah, it could be the BIOS reset. I don't know why the BIOS would have reset. Like I said, I didn't touch anything in the computer. I just moved to the desk. So I'm going to try doing a BIOS reset, but as of right now, I haven't had the time because we needed to get the CPU in here to run. SC melted your CPU? That's always a possibility. We need to get Mrs. T a new PC. Mrs. T actually has... I'm thinking about sticking to like that being a nice vintage PC. Maybe I could find her like an i7 8700K. Because she's rocking the 1080 Ti, and I'm so proud of it. Do I need an extra box? Let me get an extra box. Wait. We're buying some stuff anyways. Am I joining Discord? Was not planning on it, but I can jump in real quick. Not an Ace Rock board, no. MSI board. What socket? AM4. All right, I need to see first. I need to get, who is it I'm buying from again? Homelock, right? Do you know if we're in the same server? Did you see the entire Canadian government immigrating their OS from Windows to Linux? Oh boy, that sounds like a journey. That'd be very unusual if the CPU died. Yeah, it's weird, but it was acting weird. It was so loud, guys. Like the CPU cooler was like a leaf blower. You could hear it from the other room. Mrs. Tomato walked into this room and she asked, she was like, are both computers on? I was like, yeah. And she freaked out. All right, I've got everything I need mining wise. I will also grab an SU box just to be safe. Home Delock, you still in chat? Have one you can give me because you have a spare AM4. Dude, that's really kind of you. I appreciate that. I am completely fine with the CPU that I'm running on this computer now. As long as it keeps the computer running, we're not having any problems. You guys haven't seen any big issues with the stream. 5600 is my bestie now. We're absolute best friends. Be careful landing with expensive cargo. You witnessed in chat 3 different players clipping through the hangar floor. 100+ hours of high quality materials lost. Sounds like Star Citizen. Good fun for all of us. Probably the problem was the paste. I mean, I did put more paste on it and tried to run it again and it didn't work. Or you mean the paste from before? The paste was pre-applied actually. The CPU cooler, the new one that I got when we replaced it, came with additional thermal paste on it. Think you know someone who knows when Squadron 42 will come out? Yeah. I met this one dude. It's like a little obscure guy named Chris Roberts, and he said it'll come out when it's ready. Which is just the answer everyone wants to hear. You're up in New Babbage Spaceport? All right. Let me see if we are on the same server. I'll head over there. Home lock, not home deadlock. Oh, talking about the one that might have broke. The, well, thank you so much, Chip. Much love to you. I might take you up on that.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. System. Engines on. Engines off. Engines on. Engines off. Shields off. Engines off. Engines on.
Just let me fly.
Launch complete.
I would have, if I'd just run to the door, I would have been there already. Hello, Luna Maria. How's Mrs. Tomato doing? She's doing phenomenally. The baby's been big kicking lately. I still can't feel him, but he does react. He does react to me. I appreciate that. It feels like we're finally communicating. Like, I am communicating with my son for the first time, which is insane. It's still crazy to say that out loud. Just give a whisper or DM, by the way. All you need to pay for is shipping, dude. Absolutely. And I'll, like, we'll have something for you as well, man. All right, you're the one with the box. We might be on different servers. Looking for box guy. We have an unripe tomato growing indeed. Ripening. Thank you for the congratulations. You just want it gone. The AM4 chip is a... it's a, dragging you down, huh? AM4 was a great generation in my opinion though. Like it really got us through some rough times. GPU wise. They can also die from cores getting too hot if there are pockets. That'd be intense. Must be a different server, you don't see me. Alright. Tell you what, what's your in-game name? I will hop out and add you real quick, and then I'll jump into your server briefly, and we'll make the trade. Is it the same as on here? Could always get Mrs. Tomato a gaming laptop. You've had 2 in a row since playing SC, and both have performed as good as any full-size PC. We could, but I'd rather have her have a desktop because she needs that, like a fairly good computer in the office for the editing. And it's a little bit more. I think I'm kind of traumatized from gaming laptops. As the Asus gaming laptop that I got has been one of the greatest wastes of money in my entire life. And it's never redeemed itself. So anytime I think about possibly spending money on a gaming laptop versus just another component for a desktop, I think I would actually be more likely to put up with the pain of building a PC. Why doesn't Mrs. T play PC or play SC? She's waiting for it to become more finished. But she also probably wasn't going to sit in a space MMO for quite as long as I am. She's more of the GTA type. I think that you guys would probably get a kick out of her streaming some GTA 5 or GTA 6 when that happens. You remember one time your wife and you were lying down and your son kicked you right in the head. Did my friend request go through? I hope I typed it in right. Fuck. Yeah, I sent it. Did the PC case and motherboard make any improvements previously? Yeah. So the PC case, the motherboard, and the CPU cooler we got were running better. I haven't had any USB problems since we got that motherboard. And the CPU cooler itself was running better, but still loud. Hello?
Hello.
What was that?
That was my son.
Oh, it's like, what?
Damn.
What's going on? I do not know what happened to our contact. But I'm not getting any invite to this server, so I think I might just hop back in and start mining.
Okay. Where are you mining at? Microtech?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna head out to the moons. I just wanted to pick up the stuff from you. I'm gonna go solo mine for a bit, I think.
Gotcha. I need to go to next to mine anyway.
What are you looking for?
Let me pull it up. It's one of those weird rare ones. Severium?
Severium, yeah. That's
It's in the rock cracker, but I don't feel like soloing it. So
you got a co-pilot?
I do.
So no. I am. So no. Is it not coming through? Homelock. Think I missed a message from you, Homelock. I can try the friend request again. Maybe it didn't go through. Might be having that glitch where you can't receive it. Because, you know, there's a glitch for everything in Star Citizen. It's kind of like the old Apple marketing when they first brought out their App Store and the iPhone and stuff. And they'd be like, da-da-da-da-da-da, there's an app for that. Just replace app with glitch. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just not working, unfortunately. That's too bad. The website. Right. Okay, let me try that. Ay. And this is why people don't do actual trading. At the end of the day, even if you want to take part in the game, there's a chance you have to go to the website or leave the game to do that stuff. Send it again. It showed up and then went. Okay. All right, I'm going to try and send it through the website as well. Okay, looks like it worked. What's up, Mopar? Hello, welcome in. Had your son's second birthday yesterday. You don't know that he'll be excited to know he'll be sharing most of his new toys with his little brother in 5 months. Oh! Oh, shoot. Congratulations, Broheim. That's awesome, dude. Nice. His little brother's going to be about the same age as Tomatillo. Anyone have recommendations for solo blueprint missions in Stanton just coming back? The ASD facility missions, if you can manage those underground ones, get you some stuff. Luna Maria. What? The legend. The legend has returned. Welcome to the membership, Luna Maria. Thank you for joining. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Good to see your name in chat. Whoops. And I hope your little one is also having a fantastic year, a good time. And the fam is feeling good. I don't know if you had heard, we visited Vancouver. What was that? Last year in September, I want to say. Freaking amazing place. We both really, really like it up there.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
ASD facility. That is Is it Hawkrow? I think it might be Hawkrow. It's the guy who it's the dude who wants you to investigate the stuff all the time. Just a real investigation. Yeah, slut. This guy, yeah. All the Yort dossier things, that'll get you some blueprint stuff over time. Apparently a lot of headhunter stuff in Pyro will also get you a good amount of blueprints. Check that one out. Good name, by the way, Pandalorian. I love it. All right, Spirit, you are one with us. You stay here. I don't know why I just did that. I'm going to go back to the other server anyways. Congrats to you as well. The more turret gunners we gain, the merrier. Yep. Yep. No NPCs around to help. This is your usual UEX trading, just being at the menu, waiting and waiting. That's a bummer, man. That's why we have created a new logistics center for our org, so that anybody who is trading kind of already knows to be around Mike L1. All right, so we're looking for my man Boxman out here, Mr. Holm.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your visit.
I did no such thing. Really happy that you're a father of a new kid. Having family is nice, and hoping to be mom in the future yourself. I hope so too. Honestly, the kid's not even here, and I already completely understand why people say it changes your life. Your whole freaking outlook. Just a paradigm shift. Even if you're planning for it, it's just like, it's just so, it's awesome. Hello, Mr. Holm. It's good to finally meet you. And your boxes of goodies. Shall we go to the hangar? I can take you to the hangar, or are you just gonna drop them here? Are we doing the trade here, right in the lobby? Are we lobby traders? Can I add you to the party? There we go. Now you can access the hangar. Stuff like this up in Calico are only in Pyro. Gotcha. The blueprints are random, yes. So when you go and do a mission, there will be like a group of like 6 to 7 blueprints. How many? Let's see.
Okay. It was great talking with you.
1, 2. Oh, wait. This is 3. This is a lot. Okay. I'm going to take everything above 500. So I'll take the 5644, the 4642, the 4735, and I think that's probably what I'll stick with. 547 is not bad. We'll take that too. So that's 9, 13, 16. All right. The rest is yours, sir. 16 million credits coming your way. Oh boy. There we go. Lock. God dang it. I keep saying light. It's lock. It's home lock. 16 big ones, brother. That's too many. Thanks for your business, sir. Back to our server we go. Trader's gonna trade, bruh. It's so funny that you have to like leave the server, go to a different server, struggle to figure out where the party is and what they're doing. Like all this stuff. Can't wait until we can trade properly in this game. The 9 billion is not from me. That's from Chip in the chat. I wish I could figure out how to make 9 billion credits. There's just a stupid amount of money in the economy. Need to look up who has the Morozov blueprints. That is... It's actually what I was looking at. So I'm putting out a guide actually to do all of this tomorrow. It'll talk you through going to this website, finding the blueprints you want, figuring out what you need, and meeting the requirements. But Morozov is one of the ones that I was looking for, and it looks like it's mostly headhunter stuff you got to do. Yeah, some headhunters missions in Pyro. It does bring people to Pyro more. Oh, CFP does some Morozov as well?
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Did they reset the money in the game? No, I just stored a lot of that money in the org bank because I couldn't do stuff with so much in the wallet.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Is there a way to make armor scorched? Not yet. Not yet, but patterns and paint blueprints, I'm hoping we see sometime this summer. Leaving those billions as player retention. No doubt. It doesn't make for a healthier game, but it definitely makes for a more populated one. Having money is just... Having more money is a good holdover when you don't have enough gameplay to keep people involved. I don't think anybody should be ashamed to say that. Star Citizen does not have enough gameplay for long-term progression. That's fine. It's the way it is.
What's your opinion on wards coming in game this year?
My opinion on orgs coming in game this year? Too late. It's so late. The org system was shown off in like 2014, I think it was. Interestingly enough, it was Benoit who did it. He's been around quite a while. But there we go. Wait, what? No! No, stop! Dang it. Wait, can we... I messed up. It is, it's 100% a problem that orgs haven't been in the game. It's in the same conversation as social tools. I think what a lot of people have an issue seeing past when it comes to orgs is what an org actually is. A lot of folks hear the word org and they think of a gigantic group of people holding down Hathor and blowing up anybody else who comes into the area. And while that is one version of orgs, there are also orgs that are like 1 or 2 people, 5 people, you and your group of friends. And it would be really nice for people to just be able to do that and have a separate group of folks on a separate friends list, or with a separate color that's identifiable in game, or with separate permissions for these people that you call closer than the folks on your friends list. It's like a more intimate friends list, and there's just no version of it in the game, which sucks because you also have to add people to your friends list for them to come on your ship, or to easily get added to your party, or send some money or something. Like, all of those things are easier when you add people to your friends list, so you do it pretty nonchalantly. But then you also have to use your friends list as a intimate list because we don't have an orgs list. I think it's just been needed for a lot longer than they've been willing to admit. And I'm glad they're doing it this year. You two came to Camp Vancouver without first having me inform you on where to get the best Japanese food in North America. I want to say we had... There was a ramen place that we actually went to. Really famous ramen place. You probably know it. And we got there and there was a line going down the block. So we did not go there. But super big fan of all the different Asian food that you can get in Vancouver. We were in bliss. It was a good time. Also, the weather is beautiful. Desync and social systems are your top issues with the game right now. I don't think you're alone. Those are really messing things up. Social systems, man. I'm amazed that they're not coming in by 4.8. I wouldn't have guessed that. At the beginning of this year, I would have said, yeah, we'd get a renewed chat system by May. And I try to be pretty lax on my predictions with Star Citizen now. I try to be relatively conservative about what I'm guessing, and I would have thought that was conservative, but no. They're pushing forward with some pretty big group stuff without the actual group parts. Interesting. I'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna put this up to stand for a bit, and then I will be back when it's done. All right. Okay. I'll admit, I said I'd be back when the table came up. You can't even see the chair. Don't start talking about chair boy. Oh. You could see his head. Get out of here. All right. Let's get this started. What'd I miss? CIG have a habit of releasing done content when it's done, not when it can be useful. I don't even know if I would call it done. What about strike teams or whatever it's called? That's the biggest thing. That's why I'm surprised that they're introducing us to fleet battles without giving us the tools to do proper fleet battles. Man, I really gotta... I guess I sit lower than I stand compared to the camera when the desk, like I raise the desk up a little more. All right, we got our box, we got our geo. Wait, what? How did this happen? I guess we got 2 geos now. Good for us. Hey, Grim.
Yeah.
Where are you at, brother?
Nick Island still.
Oh, okay. You just are you waiting for me?
I've been doing refinery stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll fly out there now. Yeah, you'll find it takes me a little while to notice very obvious things sometimes. Like not wearing a helmet. You have a command for that. What can I say? I got better things to pay attention to. Like my hydration levels, right? Got lucky with the beautiful weather here. We usually have cloudy skies, rain, or both, even in the winter. Everybody got us all excited. They were like, yeah, everybody says that we have such hard weather. But it's actually pretty nice a lot of the year.
Somebody say my name?
I hope it is. What up, dude?
Hello, man.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Howdy. Pretty good.
We're mining, you're mining. We thought maybe we could get together.
What are you guys mining?
Had night
rocks.
Had a night. I mean, if you guys want, yeah. I was gonna do some. Grim, you guys, you want to jump in? We can have a group.
I gotta go after we trade this stuff.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna be out mining on the moons of Microtech. If you guys want to swing around out there, just doing some geo stuff.
Sounds fun.
I'm just wondering, how do you find servers like Jesus Christ?
I don't know. Ask
I
Grim.
don't know. This is the first time I've seen one like this in a while.
There's like 30 people on here.
There's 44.
43.
When I got in here, there was 19.
Jeez.
Yeah.
By mind, you like to go with a rock and a C1. What about a geo? You just like the rock more than the geo? Oh, you thought I meant that the social tools were coming soon. No, I wish they're supposed to be. We have been told actively that they're in the works and they're coming, and The team was working on them in March, so we'll see. What's my approach to an org bank currently? I just have an extra account where we send all of the money. We are currently in the midst of setting up a system where basically we have our own currency, our own internal org currency, and it is pegged to the UEC. So what that allows us to do is anytime we need to do payouts or trades or anything that is related to currency, instead of trading with UEC, we trade with our own internal currency. And then we can have set days where people can redeem that internal currency for UEC. That way we can keep an internal economy where people are getting paid and earning, but we don't have to require all of our people to log on, use CIG's authentication tool, which is a pain, and go through the whole process of like getting on that extra account, balancing the funds, recording how much is in there. Now they can just do it all through our own website, and at the end of the day, one person can go in and handle all the actual transfers. But you know, someday CIG will take care of that for us. It's so funny how much time we put into these temporary solutions. I mean, it's not necessarily to bypass the tax, but I guess that is a byproduct of it. That currency for no particular reason is called dragon kill points. No, we're not doing it like that. As far as I'm aware, dragon kill points are used to distribute loot, right? This isn't for a loot system. This is for the actual currency that you would be trading. So like when you would trade somebody a Yormandi Eye, instead of having to trade them a Yormandi Eye for 20 billion credits and needing to go in game and do that, you could just trade them the Yormandi Eye for 20 billion of whatever the internal credits are and not have to go in game to make money exchange. Or if you're like transferring it to the org, I guess, or from the org. Aha! I found you. Doing some crafting? Shoot. Sorry, I had it muted. Man, this desync's bad.
You can take this gun if you want.
I don't see any gun.
Let me pull it off.
Oh, you making P8s?
I did make one.
You only
Well,
made
actually, I
one?
made
You
two.
should keep it.
Well, I made two. The one on my back is the same.
Are you bribing leadership now?
He is. He actually said that he demands a promotion after this.
Yeah. I also crafted the armor that I'm wearing.
Let's see.
After.
Recoil kick down 16%. I like that. I hate the recoil on this thing.
Very cool.
It shoots pretty fast.
It's better. It still does that stupid hang, though, when you shoot.
Yeah, you can... The rare material that it needs, you get like 800 or 900. It will probably be better. I used like 700, 6.
What'd you use to make it?
Everything was 800 except for the... So it's like 840 iron, 840 Hephaestonite, and then for the Stellaron, I used 624, but that's because finding Stellaron is a pain.
Yeah, it's in Nyx, right?
Pyro. The Janelite's in this box.
Oh, right. I came to buy that from you. Let's see. 987 Janelite. Dude, I'll give you 10 million for each of these, honestly. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I need to make a Fresnel. I kept one piece of it.
We are collecting good stuff.
But I've been using this Prowler to move everything.
It's kind of funny that even sending money to you is a pain. Because the wallet app is so laggy.
It just tells you something. You should just demote it.
Probably. But then what happens when it's laggy when I send money to you?
Don't worry, I don't want your money.
So I'll just scroll all the way down. Toes! Money received?
Yes.
Cool. Do you mind marking the order is complete on the app?
Yeah, I will.
Awesome. Good doing business with you. You want to see the crafted by in the description of the names? Yeah. I can't wait until we get that kind of info.
Have a good one.
Thanks, man. You too. And thanks for the P8.
Of course.
All right, so I just come into the shop here and go down to the pending order that he had. He just filled it out for the 987 quality, so I'll confirm. And that one's complete. What up, Vector? Welcome in, dude. All right, now we can finally get our ship and get out there and actually do at least a little bit of mining. Not too much. Basically done with today. Maybe like a half an hour. Trying to get that space tomato crafted Fresnel. Still got ketchup on it. Why did CIG remove ship buybacks? I don't think they removed ship buybacks. I think a buyback package that included Squadron 42 has disappeared. But I do not know the answer for it yet. I'm waiting for CIG to say something about it. Dragon killing points. What? Where's my ship? Oh, what a scam.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been please visit us again.
Do this ship spawning dance. Give me a spaceship. Come on. Everybody up on your feet. Give me a spaceship. Hey. Spawn in my spaceship. Come on, keep going, guys. Keep going. There we go. Spawn me a spirit. All right. That probably did it. Hey, it worked. Just a couple dances. Maybe an insult or two. $8.90 jump mission. Ate the friend now. Like, God dang it. Well, we can come back and grab another one. That's the economy in action, right? We craft something and then they somehow remove it illegally so that we have to craft more. Were you guys mining that there Adonite?
I was on Yella. I was taking a quick stop at Ida, and then I was going to head to Microtech.
All right.
Yep, I went over to Microtech since you said it.
Are you guys in our party?
No.
Let me add you. All right, should be good.
Thank you.
I'm on the impossible mission again today of finding Genolite. High quality. Watch, I'm going to end up finding Genolite today, and it's just going to be like 100 quality. But I guess you got to start somewhere. Oh, 60. Okay. I'm flying the C1 Spirit right now from Crusader. It's similar to the MSR, but prettier. And smaller. And sleeker. Not as defensible, though. Yeah, we dance around the ASOP to spawn ships. A little bit of this. Ow! Maybe you have a little bit better self-control than me. You're gathering mats. What are you getting, po' boy? What are you picking up? You guys hear that we have an order? We have an order for 7 SCU of, I believe, 900 plus quality iron that we have to fulfill by the end of the month. I gotta check with Mrs. T and make sure we put that in the weekly announcement, actually. Ship stats and purpose aside, which ship paint do you think is the best looking one? For the C1? There's a really nice one, actually. Execute had gifted it to me. I can't remember what it's called, though. Not an order, it's a quota. Take it for what you will. Out of any ship? That's a hard one. I don't know. I have really been liking the two-tone skins on the MISC ships. The Star Lancer and now the Hull B. And the Hull A. They have like really nice dual-tone skins. Paints, whatever you call them. All right, we're finally down here on our moon surface. It's daytime. Let's go ahead and get down closer to the ground and start scanning for some Genolite. Why am I so close to the dash? My field of view feels terrible. I feel so close to the front of the ship. Oh, look, it's Aphorite. Because of course it is. For those of you who use an eye tracker, do you use mix input mix, or are you more of the camera boost type? Better yet, do you actually use the eye tracking? I've noticed that some people prefer to only use eye track or only use the head tracking, even if they get the eye tracker. Plenty of copper. Oh, cool. Aphorite. That's sick. Your ADHD makes eye tracking really obnoxious, so you're usually using strictly because you're constantly moving your eyes around all over. Galacosite. It's a fun name, but I never feel like I need it. I make low altitude flying look smooth. Sure you're watching me fly? Oh, there's definitely a lot of ice out here. Good to know. You set it up for both. Currently can't use the eye tracking since you moved the unit to above your screen. Oh, if it's above your screen, can it not really track eyes as well? But it still gets the head tracking working? That's actually good. I haven't tried mounting it above the screen before. I do think a lot more people would mount it above the screen if they actually put a proper web camera, like a visible light camera in it. Can you use signatures for Janolite? I mean, like detecting the signatures from far away? No, I think FPS minables all have the same signature. Best taillights in the game? Oh yeah, those do look good. They're subtle. Subtle but nice. Man, we are finding so much ice, and I guess ice and glackosite, which is sound like a bad song. Dolavine! I almost want to land and take it just because it's there and it's not Aphorite. Who knows? Maybe it'll be higher quality. Let's see what's out there. Okay. I no longer have an interaction button. Dude. I'm trapped. I'm stuck. Yeah. I've lost the ability to interact with things. Did I start? Hello? Chris? Was I saying too many good things about the game? Were we having too much fun? I'm not buying another ship, man. No. I just want to just doing some money. Okay.
You want to explain yourself to Matt?
Yeah, Tomato, I think if you use the...
Haha!
Fix that.
It did work.
Nice.
So talking into your sock fixes things?
That was a phone. What are you talking about? I was calling Chris. Thank you for the Mobiglass tips.
Oop.
Simple solutions to complex problems. Oh, you can't see the quality levels of these until you pick them up, huh?
I think you're able to
FPS.
see them if you're inside of the geo, but also you're able to scan them with the ship.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. The geo
Scanning
can
individual.
work.
Good call. It was a skill issue. 'Twas. Star Citizen is a game of not how do you beat gameplay systems, it's how do you beat glitches. Because just get glitches. What do we have here? 356 gross. 409 also gross. 616, that's not bad. This is a terrible way to scan rocks. 341. 277. 252. You should be able to scan all of these and then have the numbers linked to the rocks on our UI. Mr. Jive, Mr. Funk, dude. Doing well, buddy. How are you doing? I hope your day's as groovy as ours is. We were just talking about some of the olden days, farmhouse days of streaming. You remember that? I gotta say, Jive Funk is one of the names that I remember most clearly being there during like the first days we were starting the stream. All right, I think this one of these was in the 600s. We'll take that and go. Pretty sure I'm still in vehicle mining mode. How do I switch this laser?
Alt 4?
Yeah, I think it is Alt 4.
Alt 4 is interesting.
Sometimes it's janky. For me, it was taking a number of pushes to get it to work.
All right, grabbed a minimal amount of Dolovine. Yay. Alt 4 is suspiciously close to Alt F4.
You were looking for Candlelight, right?
Yeah.
Have I got a deal for you?
I was hoping to find some. I was hoping to maybe possibly locate some. It seems I'm allergic to that, though.
Oh, you wanted to find it yourself?
Yeah, if you want to find it on your own, I can just keep
No.
on.
I mean, if you found some, I'll hope to mine it. It's just like I feel like it is impossible for myself to find Janelite.
Better to be lucky than good.
Or better to just know good people. Better to know people who find things better than I do. Excited for Windrose tomorrow. What is Windrose? Haven't heard of that one. Oh, that's crazy. I'm pretty sure I flew past this copper deposit earlier. Oh no, never mind. I didn't see any Quantanium. How did you find this, man? Is it because you're in a Zeus? Is it Zeus bias?
Yeah, the Zeus is just far superior to the Spirit.
Okay, let's not get carried away. It's a pirate game that looks pretty sick. Huh. Sounds like a lot of you guys know about it too. Is it who's making it? The trick is not to look for it. Yeah, the trick is just to like don't be me looking for it. Be more successful than that. Conan exiles an Ark, but in the 1700s as a pirate. Dang, that sounds like a potentially very popular game. Alright, I guess the door didn't open. The demo for Windrose was pretty good. Huh. I hope it does well. I'm not too much of a pirate game kind of guy, but I love a game with some good game systems. All right. What do we got? 309. 278. 284. 430. 561. 291. 312. Oh boy. 459. 250 freaking 1, dude. 470 and 290. Not great deposits, but I guess we can take them. I'm not going to be picky. I can't find this stuff anywhere else. Seriously bad, though.
Can't be lucky all the time.
I thought that's why I joined you guys.
You didn't join us.
Well, I thought that's why you joined me. Is there a difference between a rock and a geo? Well, the whoops. The geo can change its laser type, so it can mine big and small deposits. You've been checking out the whole B vids. That's a nice hauler. Be nice when they're available for poor peoples to buy in game. Yeah, it's gonna be a quarter or two before that happens. I think we'll do some more hauling with the hull B on Wednesday, because I do want to do a little review on the ship. I like it. I like it. I like what it's doing. I like where it's coming from. I'd like to do a little piece on it. Maybe in May. I've got a lot of videos coming in April. Not even a lot of videos, just important ones. $312 quality. It's so low. I do think that neutral should probably be closer to like 200 or something. 500's a bit high. But then you just still have to just extend the window of possible combinations for your stats. It means they'll probably lower the base stats of the original item. You missed Tactical Advance in his ship vids. Tactical Advance and STL Youngblood are both two old-time Star Citizen creators that I have been occasionally in talks with to try and get onto the podcast to talk, because I also really liked their videos. They were some of the originals who got me into the game, and it's a bummer they're not still covering the ships like they used to. We used to have a really wide selection of people to like follow for ship-specific information, which has fallen over time. Left a really big hole for other folks to cover it. But it's just crazy how Star Citizen as a game basically has generations of content creators before it even released. Yeah, WTF Saurus as well. Definitely an OG. I was just talking about how many people were covering this for so long. Back in like 2014, 2015. Pass the torch to me. They're throwing a weights. I mean, guaranteed, you know. Waiting, letting them cook. Gonna come back and cover it when it gets a little bit more realistic. But they did definitely lay the groundwork. They made it possible to know how to cover this game at all.
Ooh. This one might go critical.
Ooh, yay.
Sorry.
That's fun. 430 quality Janelite gimbal.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Just barely got away. I control the laser with my eyeballs. Not ideal. Oops. Alright, I think I'm good with this deposit.
Okay.
You just save them all to collect at the end.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for it actively, so I'll let you take what you want.
The Dolovine I got is all higher than the Janelite. Poetic. One deposit down. I see we got time for one more. Tactical advanced videos are what got you interested in Star Citizen. Does anyone here care about Squadron 42 buyback hissy fit? I mean, we talked about it a little bit. I don't know what all the details are about it, so I'm waiting to see what CIG says about it all. Oh, it's Aphorite. We're so lucky. That's the copper patch I had found before. Plenty of copper out here for sure. Where are we again? Are we on Euterpe? Man, I love the music in this game. Part of it's definitely nostalgia, because I think this is the song that used to play in Port Olisar when you load into the game back in the early days of the PU. And just in general, hearing the same music is like, you know, it's good memories, good vibes, good feels, but geez, the music in this game just hits so many different feelings. Yo, we'll be back one day. Yeah, it'd be cool if they added it in as a nice little derelict crash site on Daymar or something. Their spiritual successor. Dolivine deposit, but I'm not really interested in stopping off for that right now. Dude, I love this music! Granted, again, it's probably because of the Port Olisar stuff. I will say this is a much more pleasant experience when I have this kind of nice music in the background. It's a very calming, almost methodical thing, but I do want to be finding stuff more reliably. This isn't that far away from what I would want to do as an explorer. I understand miners don't want to be doing this stuff, but in terms of the gameplay I like, I'm not that far off. Do the Nyx service stations have a new soundtrack? They do. All of the Nyx... oh, you mean this patch? Like in 4.7.1? Or do you mean from 4.7? When they were added in, they introduced some new music with the Rock Cracker and the Nyx social stations, yeah. Squadron 42 is mostly a linear experience.
Unfortunately not.
with electable side missions and a capital ship that you can spend a lot of time walking around and learning about people, but not quite sandbox in the sense that you're supposed to go exploring and stuff. You're technically still working for military. Not like Master Chief's version of working for the military. You actually have to do what people say. Keep finding plenty of Dolovine.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming in. This is your captain speaking. Tomato will be
You're
with
finding
you shortly.
Henry?
Am I remembering wrong?
They don't even list it on the star map.
Nope. Never mind. You know, I've had a night on my mind right now because that's one of the.
Hello, Spooner Crew! Welcome, you guys. Wake up, chat. We got new folks in the chat coming to say hi and drop some chaos. What's up, y'all? Thanks for joining in. Spooner, thank you so much for the raid and dropping the people in here with us to watch our boring mining adventures. We did do a good deep dive into the Vanduul earlier today. That'll be out as a deep dive on the channel. But we actually jumped in game. Usually on Mondays we're just like talking and stuff. Today we're trying to find some Janolite because we're doing crafting. This is the new cool thing. Welcome in, folks. How you doing? Good to see you. I go by the name Space Tomato. I cover Star Citizen every once in a while. Read every week. And other space games occasionally too. You can find us all over the place. Podcast, videos, streams, whatever. But even more importantly, for anybody who is still here with us in the stream, you know, from like the before 4 times, check out my friend Citizen Spooner there. Just drop the folks in. He should have gotten a shout out. Yeah, he got a shout out. Click that link. Give him a follow. See if you like the next stream he does. Keep an eye out. He's good people. And we need more good people full-timing Star Citizen. So that more good people see good people and become good people. And we're all good people. I don't love olives. Shut up. Shut your face and never turn back here again. What's up, Tech Hermit? New studio tour win. I've got a couple more finishing touches to put. And I need to get my stream deck set up so I can feel confident in showing you guys the cool setup, or else I'm gonna feel like a lame guy. Just stream decks for show, you know? Mr. Fish, enjoy your nap, bro. I'll see you around. Have a wonderful day and a great week if I don't see you otherwise. Ace Nola, thank you for the kind words. Spooner, we gotta get a... Look after them, they're very sensitive people. Do you usually stream around this time? We should maybe get a game session in here sometime soon. Mrs. Tomato said I need to learn to be more social. And the flight sticks, yes. I need to get the flight sticks set up as well. Charles says he may have exaggerated about the olives or just straight up lied, you know. Dude, I am just about over this. We have done so much searching. Just constantly Aphorite, man. Aphorite, ice, Reaganite, whatever the heck they're all called. Obamanite. I feel like I'm heading back towards where we came from. In levels of social, how much? Where are you at right now? I wanna jump in the game with some other streamers. How am I supposed to be a good Star Citizen streamer if I don't know what Star Citizen streamers do while they're streaming Star Citizen?
outside too early. That's why I was like,
Kind of in the mountains.
yep.
To be clear, guys, Mrs. Tomato did not say anything about me being more social. That was a joke. If anything, she wants me to sit down and play more video games in silence and relax more often. You can join org events. The thing about joining org events is, well, besides the fact that most of them don't take place when I'm streaming, I also don't want to disrupt the event. Like, people are getting into org events because they're trying to do some calm, collected, enjoyable group activity, and sometimes when I come in with the stream, I'm distracted. So I don't want to be a distracted person with taking the air in the room from an event where people are trying to have a good time. Only one pip to engines. See? How am I supposed to know that without you guys? Thank you. Could just look down. Or rather, you be my eyeballs. You shy away from orgs, you're happy with 2 to 5 people max. We have a lot of 2 to 5 people things that happen in the org. Unless you might just mean like the same 2 to 5 people. We have both small group and big group kind of stuff taking place though, depending on the day and the time. Dude, I think I'm about to call it here. Oh, freaking Galacosite. And people your age. That one's a little harder to specify. To be quite honest, whenever people come into the org and ask for people's age, we generally take more notice of them because that can be a red flag, but also, you know, obviously some people just want people their own age. The good news is Star Citizen has a super age diverse community. Part of that is because it started out when all the folks in their 40s and 50s were still in their 30s. And part of it is because it's kind of expensive. Like, you gotta have a decent computer to run it. Looking forward to next week's new missions, possibly adding S71 rifles to blueprints. That would be sick. You're 50, you get along with Gen Xers mostly? To be quite honest, I think you're right around... I think most of our members are between like 40 and 60. Or maybe 35 and 50. I do believe I'm a younger member of our org. Many of us make concerning noises when bending. I hear far too many snaps and pops from my feet and knees these days. Specifically my feet. Why are you freaking out, foot? You constantly have all of my weight on you. Why is it this one time you've decided to sound like a bamboo branch snapping in the wind? Oh yeah, and Chris Roberts obviously was very popular back then. Yeah, so a lot of people are just... A lot of Wing Commander and Freelancer nostalgia brings people back to this game. Same, but then your knees? Because toes, yes. If your knees are struggling, it's probably because your toes aren't strong enough. He slept weird and your whole day was ruined. Bro, that's me yesterday. I was like, Mrs. Tomato had to give me a little rub on the shoulder here because I'm pretty sure I either slept weird or I sneezed wrong. Is that Baradome? Wow, don't see Baradome too often. More Glacocyte. All right. I think I'm done, guys. I'm going to head back to Mike L1 and call it. For you, Chris peaked in the 90s. Did he peak in high school? What is that over there? More Baradome? Apherite, of course. Oh man, it's kind of like Civ. I finished scanning one, and I see another one in the distance, so I can't stop. I gotta go scan that one too. Just in case. Maybe it's just that last one that ends up being the Janolite that I was gonna get, you know? Dolovine, of course. Apherite.
One more scan.
Sweet. Just one more scan.
So you're heading back without telling us?
No, not heading back yet. I'm stuck scanning constantly. They keep getting me. This is how you get me. Alright, this is definitely the last one. I'm totally not going to keep going after I scan these, and they're definitely not going to be Janolite. Terranite and Glacocyte, what do you know? Alright, I'm doing it. I'm turning. I'm going space word, boys.
You're giving up already?
I'm giving up. We got timelines to meet. Customers ain't waiting. I'm heading back to Mike L1 to drop off.
Imagine now if Gimbal finds another one.
I mean, I think that's almost a guarantee. And I'm happy for you in advance. Congratulations on your great find.
This is the most annoying thing about mining though, is the constant searching.
Yeah, I would like to see orbital probing of some sort. I think
somebody knows you head in the right direction.
Yeah, something that can like narrow it down to maybe a square 50 kilometers or something, or a square 200 kilometers. Like basically like what they had us doing in Mass Effect 2. Either that, or you can just look at the planet's surface and know. I want to see remote probing, PK. You heard it here first. Us with those probes.
Interesting. Plant generation. They can do with that simply.
That next scan was 900 quality Janolite. I'll save it for later. I know where we were. I can come back to it, of course. First, we need Genesis. That's actually a really funny... Like, when you look at what crafting is supposed to be.
Makes Quantanium look easy.
And it's like... People are like, oh my gosh, the material scattering doesn't make sense. You have to just remind them, that's because they're about to change the planets. They ain't trying to double that work. Fingers crossed we get Genesis by 410. I am very hopeful we get it in 4.9, to be honest. I know that might be a little bit crazy, but I'm hoping that we see Genesis in July. I'm not saying that I expect it. Do not quote me. That is in no way a prediction based on what they've said. That is my own personal hope. Is that Planet Tech V5 and Starkitect, which is insane to say. I feel crazy even just suggesting it. But I really hope both those are. I think that would be a very, very good opportunity for them to make summer noise. By the time September comes around, all eyes are going to be turned into Squadron. No, wait. You go back in there. I'm just going to leave you in here as my mining setup from now on, okay? And we'll slowly get better and better stuff to add. You, though, my friend, are coming with me. Actually, I'll just take these in my backpack. We can leave a box in here for later. You think for 4.8.x? Okay. That's some hopeful wishing. I like your energy. Squadron 42 release at Invictus. I'm guessing you mean like the release date announcement. Genesis in July. Are they touring again? Does Genesis still produce? Do they still put music out? I just want to see what we can pull up. What we can put together with the materials we have right now. I'm not going to make anything. I'll store the ship too. Just so we know it's for sure stored. November 11th, you think, for the announcement. That's not far before... Hello. That's not long before GTA 6, man. Don't know if you really want to pull that kind of thing. All right. So, we have access to the Fresnel. We've got enough for it. Right now we've got 987 Janelite. That was pretty good. Good pickup. Appreciate that purchase. We got 902 gold. But our tungsten's still down at 723. So we're still gunning for better tungsten. And honestly, I want to try and do slightly better gold. Let's see what happens if I switch the Janelite out. 17.84 percentage points. I see. So we went from 17 to 13 on impact force, depending on the Janelite. It's a pretty big jump, though. 987 and 796 goes from 17.84 impact force increase down to 8.04 impact force increase. Makes you wonder, like, what is the difference between 796 quality and 797 quality, but they got to balance a lot of that over time. We're doing a good job. But material-wise, we need to increase the rate pretty significantly. I guess maybe I'll put out more procurement projects for GII and see if we can get more members to mine so I can buy it off of them. But ultimately, I think it's just finding this stuff that's been hard. Are there any plans for Squadron beta or testing before release? I doubt it. They want it to be a pretty traditional release. Surprise, hubbub, all the jazz. So I think they'll probably just do an internal beta. They're probably already on the internal beta. The difference between 796 and 797 is 1. Thank you, Midland. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it for the day. I've got some things to do, videos to work on. We got something coming out about financial report from CIG, what their finances are looking. I did a podcast with Citizen Skylark over the weekend. You can check out on Space Tomato 2 talking about the whole financial situation, but I'm going to do a video that condenses it a little bit more, pulls out the important clips, and gives the information more succinctly. Besides that, my first game guide is coming out this week on Space Tomato 2. I'm just covering crafting. It's not anything too amazing. It's not going to change your life. But it was a good first experiment, a way to figure out how I can make guides, what the process of it will be, figuring out a workflow with me and my editors to make it happen. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully people like it and there's reason for us to keep making more of those. And then I'll be back with you live on Wednesday for the good old good stuff, just like we always do. More gameplay, probably actually a little bit of the review process of the Hull B. We'll be looking at how the Hull B works, how it looks, what it's like to fly, and how it's going to run in the game in the future. But until then, a final thank you to you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream and had some good times. Hope you got to see, I don't know, a side of Star Citizen maybe you haven't seen before. To be quite honest, we didn't do too much that particular today, but we covered the Vanduul. That was a fun deep dive. There will be more to see on Wednesday though. So thanks for being here. I'll catch y'all later. Consider subscribing for the next one. Have a lovely day. You're good people. You deserve good things. Eat something you love. Do something you love. Give somebody a hug, a love, or something like that. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.